Chapter 270. On the other side. Mu Yan Yan and Zhou Xiaoyan brought Gu Luo Yan and wandered around the various scenic spots of Phoenix City. They really were the type to enjoy the scenery. And behind the three girls, most of Gu Luo Yan's bodyguards were present. Phoenix City has not been peaceful recently. The UMNO Alliance's experts have emerged one after another. If we aren't careful, something big will happen. These were Mu Yan Yan's original words. And these words from the local tyrant caused Gu Luo Yan's bodyguards to become nervous. They all expressed their dissatisfaction towards Mu Yan Yan. Since it's such a dangerous time, why did you suggest going out to play? Isn't it good to just stay in the governor's office for a few days? But Gu Luo Yan was clearly very interested in going out. Unexpectedly, she agreed in a way that was not in line with her usual personality. No matter how helpless they were, they could only do their best to increase their security. The experts all followed. Mu Yan Yan was in front, while Zhou Xiaoyan and Gu Luo Yan were behind. Gu Luo Yan and Zhou Xiaoyan both wore white veils and wore snow-white clothes. One was like an iceberg, while the other was like the cold moon in the sky. Just this aura alone was enough to make people shrink back. It really was. Too cold. An iceberg beauty, no matter how beautiful she was, no one could get close to her. Before they could even get close, they would already be frozen to death. In front of us is the original landmark of Phoenix City, the Meng Corporation's building. Unfortunately, the building's slope is already about 45 degrees. It's already inevitable that it will collapse. Mu Yan Yan looked at the Meng Corporation's building with a complicated expression. Meng Chenyu, with things as they are, you actually do not have anything to say. In the sky. Under the sunlight, a group of people stood in the clouds, looking down. Gao Wencheng and Wang Xiyu were currently speaking with confidence, pointing out the country and analyzing the pros and cons, over here, over there. The others present did not understand much about aura viewing techniques, but their faces were filled with understanding smiles. They nodded and expressed their agreement. As long as the heavenly flame altar is built. Gao Wencheng was still talking about how the heavenly fire altar would help the phoenix vein form after it was built. And at this time. In the distance. A clear and melodious sword cry seemed to have come from ancient times, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. A beam of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Then, a sword mountain that connected the sky to the earth suddenly formed in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of sword lights lined up neatly. The sword light emitted an ear-piercing screech as it flew toward the other side of the Meng conglomerate's headquarters. The entire sword mountain slammed into the majestic building with a loud boom. The sturdy steel bars that had been stretched to their limits began to crack, and the several hundred zhang tall Meng conglomerate headquarters began to tilt even more. Finally, the golden mountain collapsed like a jade pillar. Like an indomitable giant, it slowly fell down, and its speed became faster and faster. On the other side of the lake country, it was as if a great mountain was pressing down on its head, and it was about to collapse. At this moment, the people in the clouds were completely unaware of this change and were all shocked. Who is that? Wan Pingyuan flew into a rage. Bastard! Bastard! How dare he topple the Meng conglomerate headquarters? But no matter how much Governor Wan Pingyuan roared, it was of no use. The huge Meng conglomerate headquarters fell down irrevocably. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the entire Phoenix City shook violently because of this collapse. The Sunyu Tower, which was just a few feet away, was directly smashed to the ground, leaving behind only a few broken walls. Then, the majestic building smashed down like a mountain performing a high-altitude dive. The nearby buildings actually jumped up from the ground. The originally quiet water was hit by this huge force, and huge waves were created. Wang Pingyuan and the others were standing at a distance of 1,000 zhang from the ground. But suddenly, a water curtain rose up in front of them, blocking everyone's vision. Everyone hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a sharp saber light shot out from the water curtain and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, it was already in front of them. Be careful. Han Song was the fastest to react. With a loud roar, he rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Zhangbin with one hand and Wang Pingyuan with the other. He hurriedly shouted, "Protect the Lord." However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not, but this move of his coincidentally blocked the path of his companions who rushed out to protect the others. But Han Song's target was to protect Governor Wang Pingyuan and Director Jiang of Phoenix City Star Shield. No one could say that he was not. The other person's reaction was not slow either. He moved quickly and stepped forward. But the sudden attack of the sword light was fierce and indestructible. At this moment, it had already rushed into the crowd like a stream of light. Wherever the saber passed, red light burst forth, and Wang Shiyu's head was chopped off. After decapitating Wang Shiyu, the saber's momentum did not stop there. It slashed Gao Wenqing, who was near Wang Shiyu, into two halves. The Star Shield expert who wanted to intercept was furious. "How dare you, scoundrel!" He raised his sword light and rushed up. However, the shadow that attacked from the water curtain was successful. He quickly retreated and dived back into the water curtain. As the water curtain finished rising, it fell back down. From beginning to end, even those with the sharpest eyesight didn't see anything. There was only hoarse laughter left in the wilderness. A mere Chi Watcher, trying to destroy the great plan of the Heavenly Wizard. You deserve to die. The water curtain fell down with a whoosh. Kill. The 17 or 18 Star Shield experts here and the experts of the city guard rushed down together with a common enemy filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was so angry that their chests were about to explode. They actually let the people of the Umno Alliance kill two of their important Chi Watchers in front of them. It was a great shame. Such a shame must be washed away with the blood of the enemy. However, at this moment, above their heads, there was another dazzling sword light. The sword light rushed to the corpses of Gao Wenqing and Wang Shiyu like lightning. As the sword light scattered, it directly annihilated their primordial spirits. His soul had been scattered, and his spirit had been destroyed. He could be considered to be completely dead. Caw. The two corpses were also turned into blood and flesh in an instant. They no longer existed in the world. How dare you! Han Song roared and was about to attack immediately. However, he turned back and said, "This person is powerful. You guys retreat quickly. Let me deal with him." Everyone also felt that the sword light behind was dazzling and magnificent. Its momentum was shocking and extraordinary. Obviously, it was beyond the power of the nascent soul stage. It was indeed beyond the level of the rest of the people. If they rushed forward rashly, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, just as everyone retreated, the moment the sword light destroyed the corpses, they heard a loud chant, "Stars forever, lend me your light." Then, with a whoosh, the sword light turned into an even more dazzling light and disappeared. Hearing this, Han Song seemed to be shocked and shouted, "Another Star Master." However, that person had already gone far away. Light. Where is the light? The starlight didn't fall. What did this sentence mean? Did he run away with a faint? The other masters of Star Shield chased after the person who attacked earlier. They chased him all the way to the shaking ground. That person moved extremely fast and rushed into the ruins before everyone else. Everyone was just about to give chase when they suddenly felt a copious force capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas approach them violently, and it even carried along boundless streams of water that transformed into numerous sharp swords and wild sabers that assaulted them with might. There was an ambush by a master. How dare you block my celestial wizard's plan? Kill without mercy. There was another cold and sinister laugh. The sudden attack of the sword and saber was extremely powerful, not at all inferior to the initial attack of Jian Shan. Moreover, the two of them were working together. The group of people who were chasing after them all felt an irresistible sense of crisis. They unconsciously stopped in their tracks and blocked the attack together. However, what was shocking was only a water curtain that was coming at them. The so-called saber and sword combined attack only had a frightening momentum, without any lethality. By the time the water curtain passed, everything in front of them had returned to silence, and no one could be seen. As for the person who had destroyed the Meng organization's headquarters, he had long since disappeared into thin air. His whereabouts were unknown. Between heaven and earth, dust was everywhere. The water on the ground was still shaking everywhere. However, the major events that could be said to be significant had already subsided. Among Gu Luoyan's group who were playing, Wei Chong and Cheng Yindao suddenly turned their heads to look. However, they were too far away from the scene of the incident. They could only see the flash of the sword and the shadow of the saber. Even if the two divine shadows beside Gu Luoyan tried their best to rush over, they could only sigh and return empty-handed. Not to mention that this could be the enemy's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Maybe the enemy wanted to lure Wei Chong and Cheng Yindao away so that they could attack the others. The two knew that something big was happening, but they could only use their cultivation to protect Gu Luoyan and the others. Oh no! Something big has happened. Mu Yanyan exclaimed and said in shock, "Let's go and see." When they rushed over, the situation had completely calmed down. They only lost 2 Qi Watchers, Gao Wencheng and Wang Shiyu. Because this attack was too sudden, everything happened so fast that these 2 people didn't even have time to scream. They died directly, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Wan Pingyuan's eyes, which had always been calm, were full of murderous intent. He was so angry that he was trembling, and his body was shaking. The whole city is under lockdown. Search for the murderer. In fact, looking for the murderer was not the most important thing. What Governor Wan found most difficult to accept was that these 2 Qi Watchers were killed by the Umno Alliance. What about the agreed Heaven Fire Altar? Outside the city. Sun Bai stood straight and saluted, "Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers are long." Qin Fangyang saluted back, and the others cupped their hands together, "Take care. See you again." Sun Bai laughed, "Let's go. Today is the birthday of the leader of the Cloth Alley Masato. The leader is a Taiwanese compatriot. Let us give our blessings to the leader of the Cloth Alley Masato." Chapter 271. Sun Bai's body floated up and flew into the distance. In an instant, he turned into a small black dot. Sister Lan didn't make a sound. Her body flashed and she left first. Qiu Yunshang and Qin Fangyang walked side by side on the way back. The two of them were immaculate and elegant. "Let's find a place to have a drink." "Sure." After a few steps, a team of Star Shield experts walked towards them. "Teacher Qin. Teacher Cho. You guys are..." "Oh, Sun Bai is returning to the team today. We're here to send him off." "Where's your Chief Jiang? He helped him so much and almost lost his life. Yet, he didn't come to send him off. Not only is he impolite, he has no manners." "Ah. Our Chief Jiang is accompanying the governor. He has important matters to attend to." "Fuck, there's nothing good about being an official. What kind of important matters is accompanying his superior? Bullshit. He only knows how to bootlick. Qin Fangyang and Qiu Yinshang cursed as they walked away. Their demeanor as a teacher was gone. Instead, they looked even more righteous. The Star Shield expert coughed and thought to himself, I don't dare to say anything about the chief. You dare to say that he has no manners, but do I dare to? At most, I'll grumble in my heart. Continue searching. We must find the culprits. On the other side. Fang Yinhua stealthily entered a secluded area. Greetings, Lord Messenger. Opposite him, the black-robed messenger looked at Fang Yinhua coldly. You guys from the Greedy Wolf sect are really unique. After being here for so long, you're finally willing to come and see me. Fang Yinhua's face was full of injustice. He said, Lord Messenger, you have to be reasonable. We came from the headquarters of the Wizard Alliance. We traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to come here. We didn't make any contributions, but we worked hard. We are tired. Cut the crap. The messenger said, how many people from the Greedy Wolf sect came this time? 3. What's their cultivation level? 1 is at the Cloud Transformation Realm, 1 is at the Nascent Soul Realm, and 1 is at the Core Realm. The messenger pondered. The local one. Have you guys contacted him? We have some connections. But why is the situation in Phoenix City so chaotic now? You don't have to worry about that. Since you greedy wolves are here, you've made up for our weakest link. The follow-up of the kill-break wolf-killing formation can begin. Lord Envoy, may I ask when we will begin our operation so that we can make preparations early so that we won't make any mistakes at the last minute? That depends on the Phoenix vein. This. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion outside. It was the Meng organization's headquarters that had completely collapsed. The two of them were situated in the secret chamber, and they could feel the ground shaking violently. The emissary turned his head and looked at the hellish scene outside, as well as the water that soared into the sky. An extremely sinister look flashed across his eyes. Fang Yinhua said gloatingly, "Hee, the Meng group is finished. He deserved it. Who asked you to make so much money?" Fang Yinhua clearly hated the rich. The emissary's voice was low as he said indifferently, "Elder Fang, you seem to be very happy. It doesn't matter whether I'm happy or not. It's always a pleasure to watch such a rich man's misfortune." The emissary snorted and said, "Remember to come tonight to discuss the details of the follow-up operation." Fang Yinhua said, "Can I ask you a few questions?" The emissary's expression turned even uglier as he said, "Ask away." "May I ask, Lord Envoy, how many people are on our side in this operation? After the operation, what's the ratio of the profits to each sect? You kill Break Wolf sect's 3 leaders. How many people are there to assist Zhuofu? What do you think? How many people are there in the Destroy Army and 7 Kill sect? What's their cultivation level?" Fang Yinhua did not relax. "Also, what's the overall strength of Zhuofu's side?" The emissary's expression turned cold. "Fang Yinhua, don't you think you're asking too many questions?" Fang Yinhua said, "Too many? I don't think so. I just need to confirm the strength of each sect before the operation. Regarding this point, I will have to know sooner or later, because if we don't even know the strength of our own side, how can we talk about cooperation? What you really want to confirm is the final distribution of profits, right?" The emissary said coldly. "That's right." Fang Yinhua admitted openly. "That's what I'm thinking." The emissary was silent for a moment as if he was considering. At this moment, his phone vibrated on the table. It seemed like a message had been sent. The emissary looked down. The 2 Qi watchers beside Gu Luoyen were killed in the sky. The killer claimed to be from the Umno Alliance. Paw! A cup on the table was slammed onto the wall by the emissary. Instantly, it shattered into pieces. Bastards! Didn't I tell them not to act rashly? The emissary roared. Where did the Wu people come from? Bastards! These two were the ones who exposed themselves. Others couldn't find a reason to kill them in the name of the Umno Alliance. Bastards, can't they just stay put? Is this Phoenix City the place where Chi Watchers die? Blind Hong is dead, He Yuanyue is about to die, and now even Wang Shiyu and the rest are dead. This is so fucking strange. After a long time, Fang Yinhua took the initiative to speak. Lord Envoy, the candidates. Candidates. The emissary almost went berserk. Didn't you hear that something big happened here? You still don't want to let me off. The emissary took a deep breath and said, you will see all of them tonight. On Pijun's side, there are 6 nascent soul cultivators and 11 inner core cultivators. On Qi Sha's side, there is 1 cloud transformation cultivator, 3 nascent soul cultivators, and 9 inner core cultivators. As for Zhuofu's side, there are only 2 nascent soul cultivators participating in this battle. Fang Yinhua said unhappily, Lord Envoy, we only have this much battle strength. Is this the full strength of our team? Yes, that's all. Lord Envoy, my cultivation is at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Fang Yinhua emphasized, based on the combined strength of the various sects, among the 4 sects participating in this operation, our Tan Lang sect is the strongest. Lord Envoy, how will the profits be distributed? Will our Tan Lang sect still take 5% of that Zhao's share? The emissary said coldly, Fang Yinhua, are you trying to bargain with me? If Lord Envoy wants to think this way, there is no problem. Fang Yinhua said, you want the horse to run faster but you don't give the horse grass to eat. Isn't that unreasonable? Our Tan Lang sect is the one who contributed the most in this battle. Even if we include the sacrifices we made in the past, our sect is still the one who contributed the most. But in the end, we will get the least. Isn't this unfair? Unfair? Are you trying to seek justice from me? The emissary suppressed his voice. It seemed like his temper had reached its boiling point. Since Lord Envoy has already said so, there is no harm in confirming it. Fang Yinhua straightened his neck and said, shouldn't I ask for justice? Why is it that our sect, which contributed the most, will get the least in the end? 30% from the Star Alliance, 20% from the Big Dipper, 20% from the Southern Dipper. The remaining 30% can be distributed. How much more does your Tan Lang sect want? The emissary said coldly, Fang Yinhua, it is already not a small amount to give your Tan Lang sect. Fang Yinhua did not give up and said, not a small amount. Lord Envoy, do you think I don't know how to count? Even if there is only 30% left, it is still too little to give my Tan Lang sect 5%. The remaining 30% will be divided among the Sha Po Lang sect and Zhuofu. As the emissary who is in charge of this battle, I can't come here for nothing. Since that's the case, Fang Yinhua, tell me, how much do you want? How do you want to divide it? Fang Yinhua muttered, even if the 5 sects divide it equally, it should be 6%. Is there a difference between 5 and 6%? The emissary narrowed his eyes and pointed at him. Scram! Come to the meeting at night. Fang Yinhua, remember this. This is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Scram! Fang Yinhua did not continue to pester him. However, he was obviously very angry. He flicked his sleeves and walked out. Do you think this is Zhu Wu's Great Hall? Behind him, there was a loud bang. It was unknown what was broken by the emissary. The emissary disappeared without a trace. Following the collapse of the Meng's headquarters building, the Phoenix City was in a state of chaos. A quarter of the city had turned into a swamp. The Ning clan manor, which was not far from the Meng's headquarters, was completely flooded. After the water receded, the members of the Ning clan were shocked to discover that the Ning clan manor's old residence had actually collapsed in all directions. Other than the less than 100 members of the Ning clan who had the ability to fly, all the other members of the Ning clan, including the women, children, and the elderly, had all sunk into the ground with the buildings. In other words, all the members of the Ning clan who were below the embryonic breathing realm, including many ancient martial art practitioners in the embryonic breathing realm, had all sunk because of the sudden change of events. Ning Suifeng stood in midair, tears streaming down his face. On this day, the members of the Ning clan collectively shed tears. When the communication was finally restored, the first news they received was, "Manor Head, a few of the Ning clan's manors outside the city have been hit by a plague." This plague had come very strangely. Many of the members of the Ning clan in the manors had inexplicably started to have black spots on their bodies. At first, it was just a little bit, the size of a sesame seed. However, it spread very quickly. Wherever it spread, it would rot. The hospital was completely at a loss for what to do. The only conclusion they could give was that it was a genetic disease that was exclusive to the Ning clan's bloodline. The genes were missing, and there was no cure. What was worth rejoicing over was that this type of disease did not have the ability to spread. Only the Ning clan's bloodline would have such a situation. Chapter 272. This strange disease of the Ning family, when it reached a certain stage, the black spots on the back would often form the shape of a ghost face. Then, the black spots would start to itch. If one couldn't help but reach out to scratch, a large piece of flesh would be scratched off. As the black spots spread very quickly, it had only been a day, and someone had already died because of it. And the rest of the infected people were also showing the same symptoms. When Ning Suifeng received the news in the hotel, the survivors of the Ning family who had just come out of the water also had the same black spots on their bodies. Family head, I have it too. This Ning family member was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. He lifted his clothes and let Ning Suifeng see the black spots on his body. Family head, save me. I don't want to die. This person knelt on the ground and hugged Ning Suifeng's leg, crying loudly. The rest of the Ning family members gathered around. When they saw the black spots on that person's body, they were all speechless. Everyone's face was ashen. Ning Suifeng sat down on the chair. He was dumbfounded, and his eyes were filled with despair. The sudden and inexplicable collapse had caused the entire ancestral tomb to sink. Then, the Meng group building collapsed, and the Ning family mansion, which had been affected by the collapse, collapsed as well. Thousands of years of foundation, thousands of years of accumulation, countless treasures, countless resources. Now, all of it was gone, destroyed along with the Ning family mansion. Now, the only wealth left in the family was a few bank cards. Now, even the lives of his family members. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and howled, "Oh my God! My Ning family, what did we do wrong?" At the same time, Meng Tianyue was in his villa, and he received countless bad news one after another. First, it was the 17 branch companies that were scattered all over the country. Out of the Meng family members, there were more than 40 people who had died inexplicably. Some of the Meng family members also had the black spots that were similar to the plague on their bodies, and they were all sent to the hospital. And there was already one person who had died because of the black spots. Meng Tianyue sat on the sofa in a daze. He felt that he had never felt so hopeless and powerless before. Previously, under the joint investigation of several bureaus, the evidence of Meng organization's crimes was irrefutable. The shady things that he had done over the years were dug out one by one and exposed in broad daylight. Even for Meng Enterprises, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. However, if it was just a loss of some wealth, with the foundation of the Meng conglomerate, there was still room for negotiation. But now, the Meng clan's bloodline was almost extinct. Even the few remaining clansmen were shrouded in the shadow of the plague. Meng Tianyue looked at the back of her hand. On the back of his hand, a black dot the size of a grain of rice had already revealed itself. Meng Tianyue raised her head and closed her eyes. 2 drops of tears fell down. The Meng clan is finished. The phone rang. Meng Tianyue picked up the phone. Third uncle. Tianyue, what's going on with your Meng group? An exasperated voice came from the other side. It's a long story. What's going on? What's going on with your family? Third uncle's voice was filled with inexplicable fear. A lot of strange symptoms suddenly appeared on my side. Many people have died because of it. The doctor said that it's caused by a genetic defect. I don't understand either. Meng Tianyu's body trembled violently. Her eyes widened. Third uncle's voice came. What's going on? Is our Meng clan cursed? Over at the ancestral grave, the mountains on both sides collapsed and covered our ancestral grave. Then, the entire land collapsed as well. All of this is too strange. Now, the entire clan is contacting the other branches outside, asking if they have offended any powerful enemies. Are you okay over there? If you have unintentionally offended someone, hurry up and apologize. Don't hesitate to wipe the slate clean. Meng Tianyu's face was filled with bitterness and despair. She closed her eyes tightly. Tianyu. Tianyu. Did you hear what I said? Can you inform me? The voice on the other side was very urgent. Third uncle. It's the same situation over here. Inexplicably, the company collapsed. Then, many people have died over here. Meng Tianyu's voice was filled with vicissitudes. I'm at my wit's end. Now, there's even a black spot on my hand. Dot. There was a long sigh full of despair from the other side of the phone. I didn't expect that it's the same on your side. Hey, who did this in the end? It's clear that they want us to completely annihilate the Meng clan. Meng Tianyu gritted her teeth and said with a glimmer of hope. Fourth uncle, do you have a way to deal with this black spot? The person on the other side sighed. Tianyu. Prepare for your funeral. Those with higher cultivation might be able to hold on for a while longer. Protect your heart meridians. Think of a way slowly. If you really can't find it, you can only accept your fate. Meng Tianyu took a breath and said. Fourth uncle, then. Take care of yourself. The other side laughed bleakly and said, Meng family. That year, the ancestor taught us that astral souls are the highest when it comes to benefits. Harming the human race is beyond redemption. After so many years, everyone in the Meng family, including the old and young, has long forgotten this teaching. Naturally, it's time to receive retribution. Ha ha, ha ha. Meng Tianyu was speechless for a long time. Tianyu. The ancestral grave is gone. You should make some arrangements. There's no need for you to worry about us. Fourth uncle said a few more words then hung up. Meng Tianyu sat in her chair and did not move for a long time. Meng Qinyu quietly walked in. Father. Meng Tianyu gently sighed and said, have you finished investigating? I'm still investigating. Meng Qinyu said, but everything that has happened now is very unfavorable to us. Exactly how unfavorable is it? Right now, you have already been restricted from leaving. I estimate. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and replied. It's fine. It's fine. Meng Tianyu did not mind and let out a bitter laugh, saying, the Meng family is truly finished. Meng Qinyu bit her lip. Father, do you have any other ideas? Ideas? Meng Tianyu pondered for a moment then said, what about Meng Qintian? My brother. Meng Qinyu said, he has been busy outside these past few days. How about I call him back so that everyone can sit down and discuss countermeasures? He is not your brother. Meng Tianyu said, he is not a member of our Meng family. Qinyu, you are also of the Meng family's bloodline. I fear that this disaster will also be difficult for you to escape. Right now, the only thing I am worried about is giving you a final idea to give you some hope of escaping this disaster. Meng Qinyu's mind was a mess. Father. That is not my brother. Meng Tianyu slowly said, listen. He is not a member of the Meng family. But now, the Meng family has suffered a backlash. Those surnamed Meng, like you and me, will all have difficulty escaping death. If you want to continue living, there are two methods. What methods? The first is to marry Meng Qintian. Meng Tianyu closed her eyes and slowly said, the backlash that we are suffering right now is definitely a backlash from our luck. If you marry him with his powerful luck, he can help you resist this curse. Like this, you will have a chance of survival. Meng Qinyu's face revealed a trace of hesitation, saying, what is the second method? The second method is to marry Zhuo Duo. Meng Tianyu closed her eyes and said, if my guess is correct, this backlash must have come from Zhuo Duo. If you marry him, as the person who set this trap, he will naturally have a way to protect your life. Meng Qinyu's beautiful face revealed an indescribable expression, saying, Father, there is actually a third method. Meng Tianyu frowned and opened her eyes. The third method? Meng Qinyu gently said, I will go find my master. Father, you should rest for a while. Saying this, she turned around and walked out. This time, she did not drive her favorite sports car. Instead, she directly left. Zhu Xiaoyan accompanied Gu Luoyan's group, slowly strolling along the banks of Wen Shui River. The group originally planned to rush over to the scene of the incident to confirm the situation, but they quickly received a phone call, saying that only Gao Wenqing and Wang Shiyu had been killed by the Umno Alliance. There were no other casualties. After receiving this phone call, Gu Luoyan was unhappy the entire time. She even lamented a lot and immediately sent people to collect the corpses. The Umno Alliance is truly too arrogant. Gu Luoyan had already said this at least 7 or 8 times. Zhu Xiaoyan just stood to the side and watched Mu Yan comfort Gu Luoyan. She could not help but feel a sense of superiority in her intelligence. This girl was truly too stupid. My family's dog was able to tell at a glance that there was something wrong with these two people. A famous singer like you actually could not tell after so many years. After a long time, Gu Luoyan's emotions finally calmed down. Sister, I'm sorry. Gu Luoyan apologized to Zhu Xiaoyan. She was 3 years older than Zhu Xiaoyan. The two women had already discussed this before. Sister Yan is a righteous person. It's a good thing. Zhu Xiaoyan smiled. Sigh, this is really unexpected. Gu Luoyan was still a little disappointed. Her eyes secretly swept over Zhu Xiaoyan's face. The two divine shadow guards beside her were still invisible. They constantly observed Zhu Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan's expressions. However, the master and disciple's expressions were still natural. There was no change in their emotions at all. But even so, the two divine shadow guards still felt that something was wrong. That night, Gao Wenqing and Wang Shiyu had offended He Yuanyue and offended Qin Fangyang. Then they were killed today. And when they were killed, They were all invited out. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that there was something very fishy about this. But they could not tell what was wrong. They did not even dare to voice out their suspicions. Chapter 273. At this time, a figure flew through the air. Master. It was Meng Qinyu. So it's Qinyu. Mu Yan Yan's face sank, saying, "Why did you come out instead of cultivating at home?" Master. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said, "I want to say a few things to you. I have an important matter that I want to ask for your help with." Oh. Mu Yan Yan turned her head and said, "Nian accompany Yan I will go talk to your junior sister in private." Yes, master. Sui Xiaonian complied, then smiled at Meng Qinyu. Her attitude was completely the same as before. Meng Qinyu stared at Sui Xiaonian for a while before leaving with Mu Yan Yan. Gu Luo Yan and Sui Xiaonian continued to stroll along the river. "Little sister Nian, why is your junior sister not coming with us?" Gu Luo Yan's question had a deeper meaning. Sui Xiaonian calmly said, "My junior sister is the beloved daughter of Meng Shi Group's chairman. During this period of time, Meng Shi Group has not been very peaceful. She stayed at home to help out a little and truly did not have the time to come out with us. I figure she is not in the mood to go sightseeing." Gu Luo Yan nodded and said, "So it's like that." In truth, I was a little surprised that Aunt Mu suddenly asked me out to sightsee. Based on my understanding of Aunt Mu, she is not the type to come out and sightsee. Sui Xiaonian's gentle smile did not change, as she leisurely said, "That is because elder sister's feelings for my master are different. Yes, Auntie Mu indeed sees me in a different light." Gu Luo Yan said this, then continued, "Apparently, there is a lake on each side that sets off each other. Let's go see if the scenery is different." Okay. Sui Xiaonian accompanied Gu Luo Yan as they walked. She thought about it 7 or 8 times and felt that the things Gu Luo Yan said after Mu Yan Yan left did not sound out of place. But for each sentence, she could make out a different meaning. But Sui Xiaonian didn't think too deeply about it. "None of this has anything to do with me. I really don't know anything." Gu Luo Yan was asking, "Qing Yin Dao?" Who knows what reply he got, but Gu Luo Yan's expression didn't change. "Beside a small waterfall." "What do you need my help with?" Mu Yan Yan said, "You came here in such a hurry. Is it because your family's matter is not easy to deal with, and you're asking me for help?" "I really can't think of anything in Phoenix City that I can do that your Meng family can't." Meng Qinyu stared at Mu Yan Yan for a long time, her face revealing a bitter expression, saying, "Master, why have you been so cold to me during this period of time?" Mu Yan Yan said unhappily, "The master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. You have already received all of my teachings. You have mastered all of my martial arts and techniques. The rest will depend on your own efforts." Where did the so-called master's indifference come from? Meng Qinyu, could it be that your understanding of not being cold is that you need your master to constantly flatter you for it to be good? Meng Qinyu lowered her head, "Disciple does not dare. Perhaps master has scolded me before, but there has never been such mockery." Mu Yan Yan faintly smiled, saying, "You came looking for me just because of this?" The meaning of these words was, if you have nothing else, then there is no need to speak further. Meng Qinyu hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth, saying, "Master, you should know a few things, right?" "What things should I know?" "That is." Meng Qinyu's expression kept changing. Suddenly, she steeled her heart, saying, "Master, I also want to become a great expert. I also want you to be proud of me. I also want to soar above the highest heavens and become a true phoenix." Mu Yan Yan nodded, "I understand. I am very happy that you have this ambition to reach the heavens. Meng Qinyu bitterly replied. That year, when she took you in as a disciple, you were still young and very playful. Your cultivation progress was not fast, and your meridians were only average. But after every cultivation session, your senior sister would give up on her own rest during the rest time. Using her shallow spiritual energy, she would help you circulate your blood and unblock your meridians. What is there that you don't know? Your senior sister taught you everything. I asked her to teach you, but you couldn't learn it. She was so anxious that she cried secretly. She demonstrated it to you over and over again. She showed you how to circulate her essence chi step by step, how to accelerate it, how to make the right posture, how to exert force. She disassembled everything for you and pushed you forward step by step. You were injured while cultivating. Your senior sister knelt in front of me and begged me to find you some medicine to heal your injuries. You liked to play and relied too much on external things. Your senior sister was afraid that you would suffer with those bad boys, so she often followed you through the night to protect your safety. There are many, many more. Just based on what I know, I can speak for a long time. Meng Qinyu. As Mu Yan spoke, she finally could not restrain the anger in her heart. She said in a low voice, "Your method of repaying your senior sister is to arrange a soul transfer for her. So, you robbed her of her opportunities, ruined her life, destroyed her soul, tarnished her reputation, and did not even intend to let go of her body so that she would be a plaything for other people to vent their desires on forever. Then, you will use such a shameless and malicious method to transfer everything that originally belonged to her to you. Even if you cannot transfer everything and can only transfer less than half. You still want to do this." The more Mu Yan spoke, the more agitated she became. Her white face was red with anger, and her eyes burned like a flame. On one hand, you deliberately planned this, and on the other hand, you pretended to be innocent in front of your senior sister, pretending to have deep sisterly love. Meng Qinyu, you really are good at acting. How could I be worthy of being your master? How could I have taught such a talented disciple? Your acting truly makes me, Mu Yan, sigh endlessly. At your age, to have such flawless acting skills, you should not have entered the path of cultivation. You should have entered the entertainment circle. The title of Best Actress is not difficult at all. It is within your reach. Mu Yan sighed. Looking at Meng Qinyu, who had her head lowered, quietly listening the entire time without saying a single word, her eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment and disgust. You do not need to say anything else. I know what your goal in coming here today is. You have discovered that the plan has already failed, and the Meng Company is facing destruction. There is no way to reverse the situation. The soul transfer of your vital yin is even more impossible. The situation has already changed, and even you will not be able to survive for more than a few days. So, you have come to me this time to ask for a way out. You hope that I will still have some compassion for you, is that right? Mu Yan sharply asked. Meng Qinyu took a deep breath and said, "Disciple knows that her sins are grave, that she is despicable and shameless, and that she forgets kindness and violates justice. Everything that she has done is completely deranged. But, Master, everything that you have said has not yet been implemented. Master, all of those despicable actions are still only part of the plan. They have not yet been put into action. I have not caused any irreparable consequences. Master, you also said that to this day, all of our Meng family's arrangements have been completely destroyed. Especially the soul transfer of our vital yin, it has been reduced to nothing. It definitely cannot be carried out. Senior sister, naturally, has not suffered any actual losses. Senior sister has not suffered any losses, Master." Meng Qinyu cried and raised her head, saying, "Master, I do not want to die. My life has only just begun. It has only just begun, master. I have done something wrong. I have truly done something wrong, but I am only 18 years old. Master, in the future, as long as you and senior sister are willing to look after me, I will still have a future. The Meng family is already gone. Master, in the future, I can only rely on you and senior sister. Master, please help me. Meng Qinyu knelt on the ground and raised her delicate little face. Her face was covered in tears. I really do not want to die, master. Mu Yan suddenly felt a wave of nausea. So it turns out that you were aware of everything from beginning to end. Now, the so-called repentance is nothing more than the Meng family having reached its end. You have no one to rely on, so you thought of me and your senior sister. Mu Yan sighed, sorry, I cannot save you. Master. Meng Qinyu begged, you definitely have a way. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, that Meng Qin Tian. What kind of person is he? Chapter 274. Meng Qinyu heard this and froze for a moment before replying. Ever since I remembered things, I knew he was my older brother. But it was only last year when I learned about the plan of the soul transfer that I found out he was not my biological older brother. But I really do not know what kind of person he is, what kind of history he has, and what kind of background he has. Then what do you know? Mu Yan angrily laughed. You only know how to steal your senior sister's position, steal her opportunities, and steal everything from her. Then you will be free and unfettered in the world, soaring through the clouds. Then, I cannot help you. Mu Yan coldly said, Meng Qinyu, from this day forth, I, Mu Yan, officially expel you from my Kunlun Daoist sect. Expel you from my Mu Yan sect. From this day forth, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. For the sake of our past friendship, I will not take back your martial arts. You may leave. Master. Save me. Meng Qinyu fiercely hugged Mu Yan's leg. I really do not want to die. I am only 18 years old. I am only 18 years old, master. A gentle force came from Mu Yan's body, silently sending Meng Qinyu 5 steps away. Mu Yan's body gently floated up, and in the blink of an eye, she was over 10 meters in the air. Meng Qinyu wildly shouted from below, Master! Master! After so many years of relationship as master and disciple, you do not care about it in the slightest. Have you thrown it all to the back of your mind? Mu Yan stopped in midair, her eyes filled with pain. Ever since she had taken Meng Qinyu in as a disciple, every scene flashed before her eyes. I will not kill you and not take back your cultivation. This is already taking into account our past relationship as master and disciple. The fate of master and disciple has come to an end. Take care of yourself. Before her voice fell, Mu Yan's figure soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. On the ground, Meng Qinyu began to cry loudly. After Mu Yan left, she did not immediately go find Shuxiaoyan and the others. Instead, she hid herself in the clouds. After a long time, she wiped her eyes and walked out. Mu Yan was clear from the beginning why Meng Qinyu had come to find her, but she still held on to a final glimmer of hope. Had she been tricked? Was he too stupid to be deceived? Was it because he didn't know the whole story? He did not have the intention to kill Shuxiaoyan and replace her. This meeting could be considered a farewell to Meng Qinyu. It was also an explanation that Mu Yan gave herself. But now, there was only utter disappointment, disgust, that at this moment, Shuxiaoduo was carrying 2 pieces of star iron that weighed more than 4,000 kilograms in the gravity room. He was doing various movements, such as holding them flat, swinging them, smashing them down, and beating them upside down. There were many different kinds of movements. After a round of training, Zhuo Xiaoduo was disheartened to find that he seemed to have overestimated himself. He had asked Wu Taijiang to forge 2 hammers, and one of them weighed 9,999 kilograms. It seemed that he was courting death. It was too heavy, far beyond what he could bear. Even if you can lift a 200 kilograms object with one hand, it doesn't mean that you can lift a 50 kilograms object with one hand and wave it around. Even if you can release an explosive force of 300,000 kilograms with one punch, it doesn't mean that you can wield a weapon of 10,000 kilograms at will or fight flexibly. The instantaneous explosive force of the whole body and the continuous force of one arm are 2 completely different things. They can't be compared at all, or even used as a reference. Zhuo Xiaoduo's current situation was like this. Not to mention that his hammers weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. They were just a little bit short of 20,000 kilograms. And this was when he had broken through the bottleneck of the innate realm. His strength had increased greatly compared to before, but he still couldn't catch up. I seem to have made a big joke out of myself. Master Zhuo was now desperately training his strength. As he trained, he muttered in his heart. After forging the weapon, I can't use it to fight for a short period of time. People ask, why? I answer, too heavy, can't carry it. Damn it, this is a stupid thing that can't be washed away for a lifetime. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt that he had lost all his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The most important thing was that not only he knew about it, but his parents and sister, Wu Taijiang, also knew it very clearly. Especially Nian Nian Cat, she would probably laugh at this joke for the rest of her life. No matter how glorious he was in the future, with this dark history, he could imagine that he would be suppressed for the rest of his life. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of sorrow as he thought about it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Oh, it was actually a call from Dad. Your hammer has already been hammered. Come and get them in the afternoon. Sure enough, what he was afraid of came true. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately fell into a blissful worry. Oh, this master will definitely lose face this time. But it doesn't matter, now I'm only losing face in front of Dad. What else could it be? I didn't feel embarrassed when he hugged me and played with me naked when I was young. Now, this is nothing. Well, it's not embarrassing. After thinking about it, Master Zhuo suddenly felt, if I had a choice, of course, it would be to embarrass myself in front of Dad. Other than this, what other choice do I have? Do I want to embarrass myself in front of others? It's only right to embarrass myself in front of Dad. It's glorious. It's justified. With this thought, Master Zhuo immediately calmed down. He even felt a little proud. So what if I'm embarrassed? I'm just trying to make Dad smile. A smile makes me 10 years younger. I'm a filial son. He continued to cultivate calmly and asked for leave in the afternoon to get the hammers. Imo Xuanyi had been strolling around the left side of the East City Wall for a long time. This was a slum area. As far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated houses everywhere, and there were all kinds of unpleasant smells mixed together. She came very early. She saw many people coming out of the dilapidated houses, dressed in bright clothes, with a face full of longing and hope. They went to work hard for their dreams. After 8:00, the crowd was gone. What could be seen were people dressed in ordinary, plain, or even shabby clothes. The streets in this area looked very narrow, or perhaps the original streets were not narrow, but now it was occupied by many things. All kinds of fragrances filled the air, all kinds of snacks, all kinds of food, all kinds of small restaurants, a dazzling lineup, too much for the eye to take in. For Mo Xuanyi, although Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed out the direction to this area, but Just by looking at the buildings in this slum area, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. How could she find them? How long would it take? But in Emoshwani's heart, there was not the slightest impatience. Instead, she calmed down. Looking at the people coming and going, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. My parents should be like them, right? Hidden among these people are the most ordinary people. Just like these people. She walked back and forth in this area with a strange emotion surging in her heart. She seemed to be aimless, but also seemed to have a clear goal. She arrived at this place around 6:00 in the morning, until 11:30 in the afternoon. Like a ghost, she strolled back and forth, looking from house to house. From beginning to end, she did not talk to anyone, nor did she respond to anyone who tried to strike up a conversation. At this time, the abnormally strong smell of food once again filled the air. Being hit by all kinds of fragrances, she finally recovered some of her spirit and attention. Looking up, it was already noon. After thinking for a while, she walked into a small shop by the roadside. She seemed to have stopped in front of this shop just now. Miss, what would you like to eat? Our shop's special mutton soup. Let's have mutton soup. Emoshwani looked around and saw that this small shop was only a few square meters in size, selling the same thing, mutton soup with sesame seed cakes. Of course, you can also order sesame seed cakes or mutton soup. The owners were a couple, looking to be in their 40s or 50s. Their simple faces were filled with fatigue and vicissitudes, as well as a little bit of hope for the future. When the mutton soup was served, Emoshwani did not rush to eat, but turned her head and asked, "Auntie, I want to ask you something. Is it convenient for you?" "Customer, if you have something to ask, just say it." The lady boss wiped her hands. "Have you heard of any family that lost a child in this area?" "It's been about 30 years. Emoshwani asked. There are too many families that have lost their children in this area." The lady boss's thin face showed sympathy. Basically every year, there are many children who mysteriously disappear. Many of them were taken away by some master. If they informed the master before they left, some of them would come back to take a look. However, there was no news of most of them. "I don't know if they were killed, eaten, or..." Emoshwani did not expect that there would be so many families that had lost their children. The clues that she thought would be useful were completely useless. This answer surprised her and made her feel even more disappointed. "Miss, you came back to look for your family?" Looking at Emoshwani's expression, the lady boss carefully asked. Emoshwani hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. I am the child that was separated from my parents." Emoshwani only felt a surge of bitterness. "I've been asking around for many years, and recently I got some reliable news that my parents are living in this area. Miss, what you're doing is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe someone knows that you're looking for your family and set a trap to deceive you. You also said that you've been away from home for 30 years, how could you get any reliable news?" While the lady boss expressed her sympathy, she also tried to persuade her tactfully. Every word and sentence was out of consideration for Emoshwani. "It's that Master Zwa who said. My parents are in this area of the East City. His divination skills are extremely accurate, and he has never failed." Emoshwani said sadly, "But I've been searching for half a day. Although I have a rough idea of where they are, there are still too many people." Chapter 275. It's in this area. That Master Zwa said that. The proprietress was stunned. Although they had never gone to Master Zwa for a physiognomy or to ask about his fortune, they had heard of Master Zwa's wondrous foresight. Since Master Zwa said so, then it's most likely true. Although the Eastern District is not small, as long as we put in the effort, we will definitely reap some rewards," the proprietress said confidently. At this time, the proprietress who was washing the pot next to them said without looking back, "Sigh, I remember that the two old blockheads in the back street pooled their money together and went to Master's Well for fortune-telling a few days ago. They had brought all their savings with them, but Master's Well only took 1 yuan and told them that their daughter might come to find them in a few days." At this point, he suddenly turned around like a whirlwind and stared at Immerse with his eyes wide open. He opened and closed his mouth and made some meaningless sounds. That nuo he river. Immerse's expression suddenly tensed up. The old blockheads in the back street. Old blockheads. The proprietress's expression was very funny, full of shock. The words that had yet to be spoken were written all over his face. "You're not their lost daughter, are you? Uncle, where? Where is the house of the old man surnamed Mu that you mentioned?" Immerse suddenly felt a little dizzy. It's in the back street." The proprietress suddenly woke up from the shock and said excitedly, "I know his house. Miss, I'll take you there." "Thank you, Auntie, thank you for your trouble." Immerse's voice trembled. Can I borrow your room? I'll change my clothes and then go there." "Okay, no problem." Immerse was still the ordinary girl she was when she went to Zhuoxiao Duo for fortune-telling. It could be said that she was very ugly, very ugly. But a moment later, the owner and his wife witnessed with their own eyes the fairy tale of an ugly duckling suddenly turning into a fairy. The girl just now had a dark face and freckles all over her face. She was short and didn't look good. Or rather, she was very ugly. She didn't have the slightest outstanding appearance. The couple was still thinking that if old blockhead's daughter really came back, even if she wasn't good-looking, at least she looked very simple. Maybe he could match-make his son. At the very least, her buttocks were still quite big. It seemed that she was very fertile. That was a good cover. However, when that ugly girl walked out of her room again, that it was as if she had undergone a great transformation, as if she was a completely different person. The change was so great that even the countenance of a flower and the moon could not be described. She was tall and slender, with a sexy figure. Her face and facial features made her look like a celestial being transformed into a human. She was dressed in black, and her hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. She was like a legendary fairy descending to the mortal world, quietly appearing in front of them. "Auntie, let's go." Immerse looked around nervously. "Look at my appearance, do I look okay? I came from a faraway place, but I was afraid of encountering danger, so I didn't dare to show my true face." Well, with this girl's beautiful appearance, it was reasonable that she didn't dare to show her true face. But speaking of which, was it okay? As the lady boss led the way, this sentence echoed in her mind. Was it okay? Of course it was okay. It was okay, I don't even dare to think about it anymore. Such a celestial being, our family can't afford to raise her backstreet. Old blockhead, old blockhead. There's great news for your family. Immerse looked at the extremely dilapidated single-story house with a sad heart. Although it was called a door, it was actually just a few pieces of broken wood nailed together. It had a small courtyard and 2 small rooms. Hearing the shout, an old lady came out shakily. Old blockhead went to work. "Isn't this the Ma family's little sister? Why did you come to visit? Is the business not good?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Immerse standing outside the door that could no longer be blocked. Immerse's eyes were red as she stood there, staring at the old lady who was so old that she could fall to the ground with a gust of wind. Her face was full of tears. The old lady was stunned. Her old face instantly became as white as paper. She trembled as she walked forward, her eyes staring unblinkingly at Emo Xianyi's face. The closer she got, the clearer she could see, the more tears flowed out of her eyes. She could no longer see the person in front of her clearly. This is. The old lady wiped her eyes. This. How? Who is it? Why is it? It's the same as when I was young. I. The more she wiped, the more tears fell. Her body was clearly touching the door, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Emo Xuanyi rushed forward a few steps, rushing through the door like a gust of wind. He held the old lady and said in a trembling voice, You. Have you lost a child before? Feeling Emo Xuanyi holding her, she felt the warmth of his hands. The old lady stared at Emo Xuanyi with teary eyes, wiping with all her strength. She looked at Emo Xuanyi in a daze, as if she was in a dream. I lost, my Nan was taken away by someone. Her lips trembled. My Nan has a mole behind her neck, a birthmark on her shoulder, and a birthmark on her thigh. When she was young, her father accidentally burned her feet, leaving a scar. My Nan. She can't be lost, as she has so many marks on her body. Emo Xuanyi's tears came out crazily. She turned her head, squatted down, and pulled open her collar, sobbing, Is it here? The old lady's eyes widened. Gurgling sounds came from her throat as she gasped for air, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Mother! Emo Xianyi cried out, rushing forward to hug the old woman without any explanation. There was no need to confirm anything. The most secret marks on her body, the marks that no one other than herself should know, were all known by this old lady, so there was no need to confirm anything. Even his own master might not know about these private imprints. The only person who could know was her mother. Only her birth mother would firmly engrave these marks in her heart, not forgetting them for decades. After a long time, the old lady woke up and hugged Emo Xuanyi, crying loudly. For a moment, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Auntie Ma, who was watching from the side, also felt extremely sad. She was happy that the mother and daughter had reunited, but she also felt that it was really not easy for the mother and daughter. You too can cry slowly. No. You too can talk slowly. I say, sister-in-law, hurry and bring our daughter in. Why are you crying at the door? This is a joyous occasion. Don't cry anymore, don't let your tears wash away the joy. Aunt Ma was very enthusiastic. You two can chat first, I'll go call old Blockhead back and have him buy some food and wine, so you two can reunite. When things settle down in a few days, we'll have a table to celebrate your family reunion. Everyone can have fun together. After saying that, she walked out with a smile on her face, but as she walked, she wiped her eyes. 30 years of separation, this family really had not had it easy. Now, they were finally reunited, so she was really happy for them. The old lady pulled Emo Xuanyi into the room, then began to wipe the chair and let her daughter sit down. She washed the teacup again and again, carefully. Darling. The tea at home is not good. You might not be used to it, I'll ask your father to buy some later. This house is too dirty, your father and I have been lazy these years, don't dislike it, sit anywhere, just sit, don't. You don't have to do these. It won't dirty your clothes. Looking at the old lady's face full of joy and worry that her daughter would dislike her, her face full of happiness and tears. Emo Xuanyi's tears gushed out like a spring. She gently walked over and hugged her mother, pressing her whole body against her. Mother. 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 The old woman's body trembled. She gently and tentatively hugged her daughter with her wrinkled and cracked hands. Slowly, she hugged her daughter tighter and tighter. It was as if she had used up all her remaining strength, afraid that her daughter, whom she had reunited with, would suddenly disappear again. The heavens have eyes. Not long later, Old Wood also came back, carrying food and wine in his hands, a bruise on his forehead, and an indescribable excitement in his eyes. Old lady. Old lady. Is there a guest? His words and tone were full of unspeakable fear and uneasiness, as well as endless hope and longing. Your father is back. The old lady's emotions had already stabilized, and she said with a trembling voice, Darling is back, her father. The family was finally reunited, and everything was complete. There was an indescribable bitterness and endless sorrow. They quietly sat facing each other, looking at each other. Tears suddenly flowed down their faces. For a long time, no one said a single word. Emo Shwani's eyes were red, and she gently washed the vegetables, cooked, and poured tea for the two elders. She stubbornly refused to let the two elders interfere, and only wanted to serve the two elders' first meal alone. Her drifting heart gradually calmed down during this process. It was just a dilapidated little house, but at this moment, in her heart, it was more precious and warm than 10,000 jade palaces. Because in this house, there were her parents, her biological parents. Father. Mother. After calling out these 2 times, Emo Shwani was so happy that she wanted to cry, but also wanted to laugh. From now on, I also have a family, and I will no longer be lonely, and cold. The food and wine were quickly prepared. To be honest, Emo Shwani's cooking skills were really not that good. But Old Wood and his wife ate with relish, feeling that they had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Old Wood even broke the taboo of many years, and drank 3 full cups of white wine, and he was not drunk. Chapter 276. People were in high spirits during happy events. The hearts of the 3 of them were slowly filled with happiness and contentment. They were reunited. Good times always passed quickly. By the time they finished eating and cleared the table, it was already past 8:00 in the evening. The whole family sat around the small table again, their expressions much more stable. Especially the questions that they had been afraid to ask before, they were finally probing, deliberating, asking, and speaking. Darling, you are now a practitioner, right? Old Wood's eyes were filled with hope. Yes. But a sect of the Umno Alliance. Old Wood's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Is it the voracious wolf sect? Dad. How do you know about this? Emo Shwani was really shocked this time. He had once mentioned to Aunt Ma that he was a practitioner, and his original appearance was different from normal people. So, it was not surprising that his parents could tell that he was abnormal. However, his father could tell that he was from the Umno Alliance, and even the voracious wolf sect. It was a little surreal. Child, you don't know, but your mother and I were practitioners back then. And we had both practiced to the acme of the embryonic breathing realm, about to break through to the primordial elixir realm. We could be considered as decent practitioners. Old Wood said slowly, our ancestral home is in Phoenix City. During your great-grandfather's time, he joined the army to resist the invasion of the Umno Alliance. Later, he settled down at the Sun-Moon Pass. When it came to me, my aptitude for practice was not bad, so I naturally became a practitioner. After that, my parents, brothers, and family all died in the battle with the Umno Alliance. This was a common occurrence for a family that settled down at the Sun-Moon Pass. It was nothing special and not worthy of praise. My name is Mu Tsongjun. Your mother's name is Lu Yanbo. The 2 of us are classmates and can be considered as childhood sweethearts. At that time, the war situation was not very tense. It was not like now where martial arts seedlings from the academy were recruited so easily. But because of our family's hatred for our country, we worked hard to train and accumulate our strength, waiting for the day when we could go to the battlefield and kill our enemies. However, during that training, 7 or 8 of us entered the outer area of the roaring tiger forest to train. Based on our cultivation at that time, we could only train in the outer area. However, we accidentally encountered a competitor from another academy. Both sides fought over resources. That's because the spirit medicine was already ours. Naturally, we weren't willing to give it up. Furthermore, the enemy outnumbered us. At that time, your mother and I weren't married yet. We rushed into Roaring Tiger Forest with the spirit medicine in our arms. In our panic, we triggered some sort of restriction. And triggered a hidden formation. Your mother and I were trapped in there. There was nothing we could do. We could only suffer in there. Later, I felt that we wouldn't be able to get out for a while. So, I cut down some trees and built a house in there. During those days, we ate raw meat and drank blood. It's really hard to talk about. But it was also because we supported each other during that period of time that we felt that we were in love with each other and became husband and wife. We stayed in that formation for a full 6 years. Your mother got pregnant. And then you were born. After we stayed in Roaring Tiger Forest for a full 10 years, your mother and I both broke through to the inner core realm. During those years, I studied that formation day and night, trying to find a way out. It's fine if it's just the two of us. No matter how dangerous it is, it's fine if it's just the two of us. It's fine if it's just the two of us. But with you, you'll eventually grow up. Are we going to let you stay with us until we grow old? Our daughter, how can you not see the outside world for the rest of your life? Under the dim yellow light, Mu Tsung-jun slowly recounted the events of the past. Mo Shwani held back her tears and listened quietly. Finally, on that day, there seemed to be 2 experts fighting nearby. Their power was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the battle shook the foundation of the formation, causing a gap to appear in the formation that trapped us. It was enough for one person to pass through and escape. Your mother and I took advantage of this opportunity. We didn't bring anything but you and used all our cultivation to escape. Once we get out of the formation, everything will be easy. As long as we find the right direction, it will take us less than a day to reach the periphery of the Roaring Tiger Forest, which is within the range of our human strength. However, just when we were slightly relieved, the nightmare came. That's right. We met people from the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect, and it was the infamous Granny Greedy Wolf of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect. There was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. We were caught and interrogated about our origins. After learning that we came out of the Roaring Tiger Forest formation, Granny Greedy Wolf asked us to take her into that formation again. It was then that we knew that in this formation, there was actually a cave left by a senior who had lived for countless years. There were countless treasures and inheritances in it. Although the 2 of us didn't have the fortune or fate to obtain the inheritance of the senior and returned empty-handed from the treasure mountain, how could we give those precious things to the people of the Umno Alliance, to our enemies? Your mother and I swore to die. That Granny Greedy Wolf tortured us for 3 days and 3 nights, but we still didn't agree. A strong sense of pride flashed across Mu Tsung-jun's eyes. Mo Shwani also hugged her mother's shoulder with heartache. As Granny Greedy Wolf's disciple, she knew very well how ruthless her master was. When it came to torturing people, she could turn a bronze man into juice. Her parents actually endured 3 days and 3 nights of torture and still didn't give in. This stubbornness was enough to make anyone admire them. If this matter was spread out, that there were people who could endure 3 days and 3 nights of torture by Granny Greedy Wolf without giving in, most of the people in the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect would think that it was not a joke, but a legend. But it was also those 3 days and 3 nights of torture that destroyed our foundation. Even our primordial spirits were almost destroyed. Our life's cultivation was reduced to nothing, and our bodies were badly damaged. And in the end, we thought that our family of 3 would step on the road to the Yellow Springs together, but we didn't expect that Granny Greedy Wolf would say that the 2 of you had forced Granny Greedy Wolf to use all her means to no avail. It was really impressive and worthy of my admiration. Since Granny Greedy Wolf didn't make you spit out your mouse, I won't kill you. However, you've humiliated Granny Greedy Wolf, so you'll have to bear the pain of being separated from your flesh and blood for the rest of your life. After saying that, she grabbed you and left. At that time, you were only 3.5 years old. Tears flowed down Mu Tsongjuan's face. Not 3.5 years old. It was 3 years, 4 months, and 11 days. On the other side, Lu Yanba added leisurely, until now, it's been 31 years, 7 months, and 8 days. Mo Xuani's tears fell like rain. In his mother's heart, she actually remembered the time when he left her embrace so clearly. These 31 years, she probably counted them day by day. What a torturous time it was. How much we wanted to find you, even if we had to sacrifice our lives, it wouldn't matter. But in this world, there are too many things that can't be done. The will is the power. Back then, our teacher told us that even if we gathered all the strength of our school and had the help of the army, the hope of finding you was next to nothing. What's more, our cultivation was crippled, and we were all ready. Later, it was the old principal who used his connections with the graduates of the army, and who knows how many twists and turns, to ask Marshal Dongfang to make a prophecy. At that time, the army had just won a great victory, and Marshal Dongfang was in a good mood, so he specially came to take a look. At that time, Marshal Dongfang said, "Return to where you came from. The ancestral shadow will protect you, and your loyal souls will never die. In Phoenix City, there will be a ceremony for the arrival of the Phoenix. Live in poverty and keep your chastity, and we will meet again in this life." It was these words. Your mother and I sold all our family assets, and the old principal sent 4 classmates to send us back to our hometown, Phoenix City. But on the way. Cough cough. When Mu Tsongjun said this, Lu Yanba suddenly coughed for a long time. Mo Xuani was puzzled, but she didn't ask. It's fine, what can't you tell your own daughter? Mu Tsongjun said indifferently, but on the way, those 4 people took everything we had and ran away. At that time, your mother and I couldn't walk, and there was nothing we could do. Fortunately, those 4 people didn't find the little money I hid under my shoe. We relied on this little money, and begged along the way to return to Phoenix City. When Mu Tsongjun spoke of this tragic past, there wasn't much hatred in his voice, and his tone was very calm. It was probably because after a few decades, he had become indifferent to everything. But Mo Xuani clenched her fists tightly, looking at her old parents in front of her, their bodies in decline. She knew very well how her parents felt at that time. Reaching the inner core realm at the age of marriage and becoming a martial grandmaster, with such cultivation speed, they could be said to be geniuses of the human race, 1 in 10,000 geniuses. No matter if it was her parents, they were once true geniuses of their generation. After a misfortune, their cultivation was crippled, their daughter was taken away, their flesh and blood were separated, and their bodies were crippled. From being geniuses of their generation, they were beaten to the depths of hell. And then on the way back to their hometown, they were robbed by their former classmates. How sorrowful was this? How tragic was this? Begging all the way back home, a long journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Mo Xuani couldn't imagine how her parents persevered, and how they finished that journey. At that time, if not for General Dongfang's prophecy, and the fact that I still had to wait until I saw you, I'm afraid your mother and I. Mu Tsongjun chuckled and didn't continue. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Those 4 people, what were their names? Mo Shwani gritted her teeth, the hatred in her eyes almost bursting through the sky. Chapter 277. Don't say it. Lu Yanba stopped her. Nan Nan is still young, how can she fight against such evil people? Nan Nan, when your cultivation is strong enough, we will naturally tell you. She almost begged her daughter, Nan Nan, don't ask, okay? Mom begs you. Mom. Mo Shwani cried out, if I don't avenge my parents, how can I be human? Hearing this, Mu Tsungjuan's old face suddenly glowed with a strange light, as he murmured, parents' revenge. No need to avenge your parents. Mo Shwani was dumbstruck. She understood her father's meaning. If she didn't avenge her parents, how could she be human? But speaking of her parents' biggest enemy, the real enemy was not the 4 students who robbed her parents, but Granny Greed Wolf. Your master. The master who raised you and taught you everything. Child. Lu Yanba grabbed Mo Xianyi's hand and said in a trembling voice, we don't ask for revenge, I just want you to live a peaceful life. Revenge. Don't avenge it. This is your parents' fate, it has long been decided, to be famous, to be noble, to be ordinary, to be poor, to not fight for anything. Lu Yanba's eyes were filled with tears. Mo Shwani's expression changed. What should I do? Our daughter is coming home today, it is a joyous occasion for our family. Mu Tsongjun said with the air of the head of the family, rest first, we can talk about unhappy things later. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked his daughter's hair, softly saying, your mother and I have already descended to the mortal world, we will not interfere with your future. Dad. Mo Xianyi raised his head in shock, staring at his father in astonishment. Her father's eyes were full of tolerance, full of love, and full of fear of losing her. Your future path is up to you to choose. Mu Tsongjun smiled bitterly, as parents, since we can't pave the way for our child, why should we interfere with her future? We only ask for one thing, no matter when, no matter what. You must be safe. Mo Shwani's tears flowed down. Before parting. Master's words. You and your responsibilities, your burdens. You must. Comparing the two, Mo Shwani lay on the table, crying for a long time. Rewind time to a few hours ago. Afternoon. Zhou Xiaoduo applied for leave and ran out of the school like a wisp of smoke, skipping towards the business district. My hammer. My kitty hammer. My 99 cat hammer. Other than a few key points, everything else was perfect. I couldn't wait to see it. Dad. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed into the Astral Soul Stone shop like a whirlwind. What are you shouting for? Zhou Changlu raised his head from behind the tea table and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Could it be that you've broken through to the great Grandmaster realm? So happy. He. Zhou Xiaoduo scurried behind his father and massaged his shoulders attentively. Dad, my hammer. Are you done? All right. Then let's go over and take a look. Your Uncle Wu is still installing the chains and making the final adjustments. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. Zhou Changlu was unperturbed. This was not the time to go over. This was the final and critical moment. If he went over now, that guy would definitely grumble and complain. In half an hour, everything would be done. Who would care about his nagging? On the other side, the sound of Wu Tiejiang's sledgehammer kept coming at an exasperated frequency. The moment before the completion was the last chance for a divine blacksmith to ask for benefits or favors. Why wasn't that old man coming over yet? His son was already here. Why were the father and son drinking tea so leisurely and watching him work? I'm done. Wu Taijiang shouted angrily from the other side. Take your time, there's no hurry. Zhou Zhonglu's unhurried voice drifted over, you can check it again. If there's any flaw, your nephew will find it out later. Then, you'll have thrown him to all corners of the world. You'll never have the chance to clear your name. What the fuck? Wu Taijiang checked carefully, this threat is so fucking ruthless. He checked again and called again. It's really good this time. Okay, it's really coming this time. Then, it was Wu Chonglu's turn to show up with his son. Wu Taijiang said angrily, check it. Is there a need to check it? If anyone dares to say, check it, when it's made by Wu Taijiang, I'll be the first to teach them a lesson. Wu Taijiang, that's more like it. Zhou Zhonglu smiled and said, little duo, take a look. Look carefully and see if there's anything wrong with it. Frankly speaking, your Uncle Wu will probably leave tomorrow. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Taijiang coughed and said seriously, Brother Zhou, I've been here long enough. If you think it's okay, I'll leave tonight. Zhou Chonglu squinted, Xiao Nan ran away with the car. Are you going to follow his example and run away with the shop? Cough, cough, cough. How can I? Wu Taijiang scratched his head awkwardly, I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Xiong is stingy by nature. How can I be compared to him? I still have the task you gave me to finish, right? Zhou Chonglu crossed his legs and said lightly, there's no need to rush some tasks. You have to finish tonight's family dinner. Wu Taijiang's face turned pale. He turned to Zhou Xiao Duo, your Uncle Wu treats you well. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to improve. Zhou Xiao Duo scratched his head. He looked at the two pairs of hammers in front of him. Yes, two pairs of hammers that were exactly the same. Although the pair on the left is the same size as the other pair, their weight is more than twice as light. One of the hammers weighs 2,000 kilograms, and the other weighs 2,000 kilograms. They're made of heavenly witchcraft copper with a little heavenly fire iron. Of course, this pair is for you to practice martial arts or to deal with unimportant enemies. Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth twitched a few times. To be honest, when he asked for the hammers, he just said it casually. But now, looking at the hammers that were more than half a cubic meter in size, he felt that they were really too big. It was simply a synonym for big but inappropriate. He stretched out his hands, channeled his martial arts, and exerted his strength. The two hammers were held in his hands. Wu Taijiang and Zhou Chonglu on the opposite side immediately covered their faces. The pair of hammers instantly blocked their line of sight. Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body was completely hidden. They couldn't see him at all. With a wave of his left hand and a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xiaoduo's two hammers moved like a wild horse parting its mane. He stood on one leg like a golden rooster, and with a light buzz, he transformed into a rock spreading its wings that he felt that he was very powerful and awesome. These two hammers can be controlled freely and move according to one's will. They are very practical, but when it comes to actual combat, it's lacking without a chain. It can't display all the uses of this pair of hammers. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Before Wu Taijiang could say anything, Zhou Xiaoduo said himself, but this is good. If you use this pair of hammers all the time and switch to the other one at a critical moment, not only will the strength change, but it can also fly out suddenly to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, it can be used in a complicated way. It can be used for long-range attacks and close-range attacks. It's all good. He. That's too sinister. Uncle Wu, you're too sinister. Wu Taijiang. What the hell? How did I become the sinister one? You came up with these tricks yourself, okay? Putting down the lighter pair of hammers, Zhou Xiaoduo picked up the other pair of hammers that were heavier. He weighed them in his hand and felt that they were okay. Then, he struck a pose, lifting them up and putting them down. He felt comfortable. Then, he struck the pose of a rock spreading its wings. Then, there was a light cracking sound from the joints of his arms. Pfft! Zhuo Chonglu spat out a mouthful of tea. Wu Taijiang coughed repeatedly. The two of them were both experts in cultivation and martial arts. How could they not know what that crack just now represented? What did it mean? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly and with assurance. Uncle Wu, please explain the different techniques of this hammer. If you could demonstrate it, I would be very grateful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's smile was very pure and innocent. It seemed that everything was logical and natural. Shy. Awkward. Embarrassed. What was that? I, Master Zhuo, don't know. Ha ha ha. Wu Taijiang burst out laughing. Then, he gave him a teasing look. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained calm. He didn't even blush. What a joke. Was this considered embarrassing? It didn't count at all. This young master had come prepared, so what was this little token? The corner of Wu Taijiang's mouth twitched. He turned his head and saw Zhuo Chonglu standing on the side. He looked very relaxed. How could he not understand that Zhuo Xiaoduo's shameless godly skill was obviously passed down in his family? This was the ultimate technique of the Zhuo family. At least, he couldn't break through it. He couldn't do it to the old or the young. He sighed. Use your divine sense to explore the hammers. Each of these two hammers has 99 edges. In other words, there are 99 hammer faces. There are two small mechanisms hidden in each hammer face. One of the higher ones can shoot the oxhair needles you mentioned earlier. However, the hammer face is not small. So, I changed the oxhair needles into conical needles. There are 100 needles inside. You can shoot one needle at a time. If the time is a little longer, you can shoot more than one. You can decide the number yourself. If you need to deal with a large number of enemies from all directions, you can press all of them. There are more than 9,000 conical needles inside. They can be shot out in a very short time. Everything within 1,000 meters will be within the attack range. It will be faster than light within 100 meters. The tip of the conical needles is made of cloud soul silver. It is good at breaking through inner yuan defenses. Zhuo Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. He used his divine sense to explore with all his concentration. The other button that is slightly lower can control the conical needles made of flaming iron. It can shoot one needle at a time. There are 10 needles in each mechanism. Wonderful. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 278. Zhuo Xiaoduo loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He started to feel it with all his might. This will be my life partner from now on. The swords on both sides are similar to the one in your hand. They are also made of flaming iron mixed with indestructible gold, but they lack a layer of eternal iron. As for the built-in chain, I've given you enough length. The best attack range is 15 meters, and the furthest attack range is 30 meters. It's also quite lethal. Although the built-in chain is still very long, and the furthest attack range is 50 meters, the lethality will be greatly reduced at this distance. Moreover, it's not easy to retrieve it, and it's easy to give the enemy a chance. Understood. Since you've set it up like this, you have to consider it carefully. However, you still have to pay attention to one thing. Every time you use the concealed weapon in the hammerhead, even if it's only one awl, you have to fill it up immediately afterwards. This is to train you. You have to ensure that you have enough firepower at all times. Understand? Understood. For your all, I've prepared 50,000 pieces of the same quality for you. As for the slightly larger ones, I've only prepared 10,000 pieces. All of them are of the same quality, so there won't be any difference. As for the spare ones, I've tried my best to make more. The quality may be slightly worse, but it's still much better than ordinary metal. 1,000,000 all, 100,000 all. Thank you, Uncle Wu, for being so considerate. Sua Xiaoduo thanked him solemnly again. These were not in the agreement, but Wu Taijiang still prepared them well. These extra parts were all from Wu Tiejiang's private collection. This was a huge favor. Perhaps his father and Uncle Wu were close enough that he could take whatever he wanted, but he had to know his limits. A debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. His father and Uncle Wu's friendship was one thing, but he didn't have that kind of friendship with him. Wu Taijiang smiled with gratification, as if he was very satisfied with this gratitude. Zhou Chonglu said faintly, "Your Uncle Wu has racked his brains and spared no expense for you. You have to remember this favor. Under the heavenly Tao, there is karma. Zhou Xiaoduo will always be mediocre in the future, so it's fine. However, if you succeed in your cultivation, don't forget your Uncle Wu's favor today." Zhou Chonglu's words were very solemn and unusually serious. Zhou Xiaoduo listened attentively. "Yes, I'll remember it. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. And don't forget about your Uncle Wu. In the future, don't lose face because of me." "Yes, Daddy." At this moment, Wu Taijiang became embarrassed and said, "Brother Zhou, why are you speaking so solemnly? It's too much. However, it's not excessive at all." Zhou Chonglu stood up and said, "You and I have our friendship, but what personal friendship do you have with this kid? He was merely under the shadow of his parents. What ability did this brat have to make you, Wu Taijiang, personally deal with him? No matter how much I repay this kindness, it is only right. Now that he has borne the cause, he must bear the consequences in the future. If that's the case, I'll bear it." Wu Tiejiang's face was radiant and even a little excited. Zhou Xiaoduo might not know what the two big shots were talking about. But what kind of person was Wu Taijiang? Ever since this pair of hammers appeared in his hands, the murderous aura that accompanied it shocked Wu Taijiang immensely. When a divine weapon was born, its spirituality would be born. With Wu Tiejiang's eyesight and experience, he could absolutely conclude that this would be a divine weapon of slaughter that would cause a monstrous calamity in the future. Such a weapon and its owner would definitely leave their names in history and shock the world. As for how far this weapon and its owner would go in the future, Wu Taijiang could not say, or rather, could not imagine. Through fate and coincidence, he had formed a good relationship with such a person when he was still weak. There would definitely be benefits in the future. And this matter was personally decided by the weapon grandmaster's father, Zhou Chonglu. It was as good as a nail on a board. How could Wu Taijiang, who knew the key points of this matter, not be excited? After calming himself down, Wu Taijiang continued his introduction. "Come, I'll teach you how to dismantle and reload hidden weapons." "Thank you, Uncle Wu." And so on and so on. Do you remember all of them? Yes. Actually, I wanted to carve the patterns on these two hammers. But at the moment when they were finally formed, I did not control the intensity of the primordial fire well and was distracted for a moment. Although Wu Taijiang said that he was distracted for a moment, there was a sincere and proud smile on his face. It's probably a mistake. It was that moment of absent-mindedness that caused the patterns on the two hammers to undergo an unexpected change. One of them is sunshine over mountains and rivers, the other is moon over mountains and rivers. The patterns on the two hammers are exactly the same, but I did not carve them intentionally. The divine weapons have spirits and form the patterns on their own. There's such a thing. Hearing this, even Zhuo Changlu was shocked. He stood up and came over to take a look. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing on the surface of the hammers. But upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see mountains and rivers. There was a blazing sun in the sky that shone in all directions and reflected on all things. The pattern on the other hammer was exactly the same, but the one that shone in all directions was the moon. The atmosphere was also cold and clear. Zhuo Changlu clicked his tongue in wonder. Taijiang, you really didn't carve this pattern on purpose. Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. Brother Zhuo, you think too highly of me. Look at this pattern carefully. It's just like a photo. If I wanted to carve it like this, I wouldn't be able to do it without 100 or 80 years of hard work. Zhuo Changlu nodded repeatedly. His eyes were solemn. Wu Taijiang smiled. Do you understand now? That's why I said that the promise you asked the child to make just now was too heavy. It's not heavy at all. You, Wu Taijiang, are worth it. Zhuo Zhanglu's eyes revealed a smile. He carefully touched the pair of hammers, and couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower. This was a divine weapon. Zhuo Changlu could tell at a glance. I only carved 2 kittens on the handle of the hammer. Wu Taijiang's face twisted. Wu Taijiang felt that he had lost his integrity by carving 2 cute kittens on such a peerless weapon. But Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He walked forward to take a closer look. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He laughed loudly. Great, I'm holding the thought cat in the palm of my hand. How rare. Uncle Wu's craftsmanship is really amazing. Especially the fluffy and smooth feeling here. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Pfft. Zhuo Changlu spat out tea. Wu Taijiang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, what you need to do now is to confirm the name and let the true spirit blood essence recognize you as its master. The name will be. Zhuo Xiaoduo's 99 cat hammer was already at his mouth. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang coughed at the same time, hurriedly interrupting Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu himself felt that it would be an insult to this divine weapon if he gave it a name like 99 cat hammer. There's heaven, earth, sun, moon, mountains, and rivers on it. Wu Taijiang tried his best to guide him. Not bad, not bad. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, yin and yang, heaven, earth, wind, clouds, stars, earth, mountains, rivers, and everything. Zhuo Changlu was also muttering. Obviously, he was trying to give his son a hint. He was hinting that he should give it a domineering name that could match the name of this divine weapon. Then, let's call it the Heaven and Earth Hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo sounded it out. Not bad. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon Hammer. Very good. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon Yin Yang Hammer. That works too. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and seemed to be thinking hard. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang looked at each other and smiled. Both of them felt gratified. It was good that their hints were not wasted. In the end, this kid did not insist on doing things his own way. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a small dagger and cut his wrists. Blood dripped onto the 2 hammers and was immediately absorbed. The 2 hammers used up nearly a bowl of blood before they stopped being absorbed. Zhuo Xiaoduo put both hands on the handles of the hammers and pressed the bleeding wounds on the handles. Then, he said with a radiant face. As the master, I name you. Heaven and Earth, Sun and Moon. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Taijiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued. 99 cat hammer. Pft. Pft. The two big shots were stunned while spitting out tea. What the hell? In the end, he still wanted to hang on to those words. How deep was his obsession? The two of them felt as if 10,000 mythical beasts were trampling back and forth in their hearts. Zhuo Chonglu lowered his head dejectedly. Son. You're really something. You almost sprained your father's waist with your sudden coquettishness. There was a flash of light on the handles of the two hammers. Then, 4 big words appeared. Heaven and earth, sun and moon. Fortunately, the artifacts had their own spirits and had given themselves a name. Just as they were rejoicing, they saw a few more words appear near the 2 cute kittens on the handles of the hammers. They were hidden right below the kittens. 99 cat hammer. What the hell? Wu Taijiang slapped his forehead and looked like he was about to break down. Zhuo Zhonglu's face also looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The two big shots looked at each other and suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. A sense of boredom was branded in their hearts and they could not let it go. After Zhuo Xiaoduo finished naming the hammers, he studied them with great concentration as if he had found a treasure. On the other hand, Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Chonglu slumped weakly on the chairs at the side. They felt as if they had no bones in their bodies and they could not muster up any energy. They were completely defeated by this name. It was a hint and a clear indication that this pair of hammers could not escape the fate of being named this way. The two of them had the same expression. They were stupefied and speechless for a long time. They did not want to speak and were weak. I'll pack up. The mission is completed. I'll leave tonight. After a long time, Wu Taijiang said weakly. All right, Zhuo Zhonglu replied in the same feeble manner. I'll give you my hammer technique. He was weak. Okay. He was also weak. Brother Zhuo. I won't say goodbye to you when I leave. I'm really not in the mood. Oh, I understand. Chapter 279. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that the name he came up with actually made these two big shots so depressed. Right now, he was in high spirits and full of interest. He was like a child who had gotten the toy of his dreams. He was constantly trying to figure it out, studying it, and having a lot of fun. Sigh. 2 deep sighs came from the side. For the whole afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo was studying his new treasured hammers. He carefully and seriously tried to figure out every link and every detail. Apart from the weight, the 2 pairs of hammers looked exactly the same. Just from the appearance alone, there was no difference at all. Even the feeling of holding the hammers was exactly the same. Of course, the premise was that he didn't raise his hand and didn't let the hammers leave the ground. It's really amazing. He was studying the hammers in his father's shop. Next door, Wu Taijiang had already started to pack quickly. This kid still needs to further polish his strength. Wu Taijiang took out 2 things that looked like mechanical arms and handed them to Zhuo Chonglu. These 2 things can be installed on the arms, from the arms to the shoulders. They can operate naturally with any muscle and bone movements. The only advantage of these things is that they are heavy. My master gave them to me when I was training my arm strength in the past. One side is 1,500 kilograms. Let Xiaoduo install them on his arms. And the other side is 2,500 kilograms, and the other side is 30,000 kilograms. Give them to him too. Wu Taijiang pondered for a moment and took out the other 2 sets. The others are fine, but only the one with 30,000 kilograms. When he gets used to it, he has to return it to me. My boss is about to start practicing to the level of 30,000 kilograms. Okay, I got it. Usually, when you tie it to your hand, it can cover your entire arm. Not only can it train your strength, but it's also an excellent defensive treasure. Ordinary divine weapons can hardly hurt it. Wu Taijiang smiled, full of confidence and arrogance. Oh, these are actually the ones you used to. There's one more thing. Tell Xiao Duo in private that the needles I gave him should not be used as much as possible. They're too lethal. With his current realm, it's a waste to use them, and it's easy for him to become dependent on them. You can find another blacksmith to make a similar batch of blacksmiths. Leave a small part for emergencies. It will be enough to cope with the crisis. When you break through to the nascent soul transformation stage, you can use it comprehensively. The effect will be better. That's right. That's what I was thinking. You and sister-in-law have always tried to take advantage of others and exploited their temperaments. Other than that, there's nothing else you can say. Wu Taijiang straightened his body and thought for a moment before saying, that's right. I've placed the Ice Phoenix's soul inside our daughter's sword. She needs to comprehend that thing on her own, so we can't rush it. Zhuo Changlu was moved. Taijiang, the gifts you've given these two children this time are too generous. Wu Taijiang smiled. Originally, I just wanted to give my child a gift for our first meeting. Now, because of you, it has changed. Because of fate and coincidence, it's really not up to people at all. In the future, maybe I'll benefit more from it. I'll take it as paving the way for myself in the future. He blinked and said, our daughter's tribulation has been almost broken by that boy, right? Almost. Zhuo Changlu smiled. Almost 80%. Then it must stop. Wu Taijiang chuckled and said, it's not up to me to say this. You know better than I do that you can't go too far. But I'm afraid that you're in the situation, and it's your daughter's matter. Now, only 20% is left to fight against the heavens. It's already very, very small and somewhat meaningless. If it's 50-50, that would be the best. How could I not know this principle? At first, I didn't even plan to get involved. If Xiao Nian was able to break out of this situation by himself, it would be a great opportunity with endless future prospects. However, that stinking brat is too good at causing trouble. He has caused so much trouble along the way and almost overturned everything. There are shadows of his actions behind the scenes everywhere. However, after so many years, as his father, this is the first time I've seen him play with his life like this. I'm happy to see it happen. Zhuo Changlu also smiled helplessly. In fact, even if it's 80%, he's still not satisfied. He wants it to be 100%. There's no risk at all. Sigh, he doesn't know that the world is not complete. How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? If he goes too far, he'll be envied by the heavens. Wu Taijiang chuckled. Don't worry. If he keeps messing around, it'll become a habit and he won't be able to stop. Ha ha ha. But you and sister-in-law won't be able to protect him in the future. Of course. Your sister-in-law and I are going to leave before they pass the tribulation. We're going to travel and reflect a different way of living. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Now, it's your sister-in-law who's worried. Sigh. You're not worried. Wu Taijiang snorted and said, this is how it is. I'm different from you. The few in my family were all beaten out by me with a hammer. I'm really tired of it. They're all sleepy at home with a hammer. I'm too lazy to force them. If I don't beat them out, how can I let them go on their own? As parents, although we worry about everything, we can't just let them go on their own and not let them get hurt. We can't protect them forever. I understand. Taijiang, it's been hard on you to explain so much for me. After all, it's your first time being a father. I've already raised a bunch of them. It's like herding sheep. I don't feel anything for a long time. Wu Taijiang laughed. With a wave of his hand, the huge forging furnace was already stored in the space ring. I'm leaving now. Pass a message to your sister-in-law. Next time. If there's a chance in the future, I'll disturb you. Take care. We'll meet again someday. Well, I'll send the hammer technique to Xiao Duo after I collect all of it. Okay. Next time, get drunk before the tribulation. Okay, next time, get drunk before the tribulation. Wu Taijiang laughed and strode out. After walking about 100 meters, he waved his hand with his back facing Zhuo Changlu and then disappeared. Zhuo Changlu looked at Wu Tiejiang's disappearing figure in the distance. His face was full of kindness, full of sincerity. Get drunk before the tribulation. How many years had it been? It was really many, many years ago. They had already agreed to get drunk before the tribulation, but they had never gotten drunk before the tribulation. Back then, there were countless people who had agreed to get drunk before the tribulation in peace after the tribulation. But now, where were those people? How many of them were still alive? Thousands of rounds of fierce battles, many comrades turned into ashes. I still remember when we agreed to get drunk before the tribulation. Who's going to raise a glass beside me? He stood at the door with his hands behind his back. His tall figure was just like before, but at this moment, it was overflowing with a kind of bleak atmosphere. It was as if he had turned into a statue. 5:00 in the afternoon. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally put away the 2 pairs of hammers. Dad, it's my classmate's birthday tonight. I'm going to attend the banquet. I'll leave now, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Okay. Looking at his son's youthful face and his eyes full of hope, longing, and fantasy for the future, Zhuo Changlu inexplicably felt softness quietly seeping into the bottom of his heart. He reached out his big hand and gently stroked his son's head. He whispered, I hope you won't make a promise to get drunk before the tribulation. Dad? What did you say? Zhuo Xiaoduo's head turned in a circle under Zhuo Changlu's hand. He looked up and blurted out. It's nothing. It's just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart. Zhuo Changlu smiled warmly. Go and have fun. Have fun. Zhuo Xiaoduo left. He had just obtained a divine weapon, so he walked away very proudly. He was full of satisfaction, high-spirited, and even proud. As before, Zhuo Changlu watched his son walk away. He was like an eagle king, standing at the top of a cliff, looking at the grown eagle, flapping its tender wings and rushing into the thunder of the 9 heavens without fear. I hope you won't be tired of killing. You won't be lonely. I hope you never see the blood of your brothers blooming around you. I hope you don't have to walk through 1,000,000 tombstones like me when you sweep the tombs. What is old? Old is never the age. It's only the heart that's old. Zhuo Changlu just stood there, as if he didn't realize that there was a faint flow of Dao rhymes around him again. Wu Yuting, who was doing housework at home, suddenly frowned. She seemed to be enlightened. It was a sadness full of tiredness, but it was also in line with the path of Dao. For a moment, she felt the same way. She fell into a daze. The flow of Dao rhymes was normal. 7 days until the day Nian Mao breaks through. 7 days. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered silently. In the afternoon of the same day, Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine weapon was formed. On this afternoon, Mo Xuanyi found his parents. On this afternoon, Wu Taijiang left Phoenix City. On this afternoon, Mu Yanyan expelled Meng Qinyu from the sect. On this afternoon, many people from the Ning family and the Meng family died. Ning Suifeng and the remaining few clansmen looked at the bodies of their clansmen and cried. Star Shield officially issued a summons to arrest Meng Tianyue, the former richest person in Phoenix City and the chairman of the Meng family group. I didn't expect we would be eliminated in advance before that day. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng sighed at the same time. They had planned for decades, but it was a complete failure. They even lost the lives of their entire family. However, within a short span of a month, it was as if the river was going downhill with each passing day. Everything was done for. This kind of ending made the two of them regret their past actions. On this afternoon, Yuanyue vomited blood and fainted again. When she woke up, she immediately met with a few people. Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Qin Fangyang. Only 3 people. Sister Lan was still standing behind Mu Yanyan, but her face was full of unconcealable sorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to this year's recruitment competition. Yuanyue's complexion was very dispirited. The first sentence she said when she saw the 3 people was earth-shattering, pushing the atmosphere to the extreme. However, she continued to speak calmly. I called you here because there are a few things that need to be arranged. Chapter 280. Please speak. I'm very confident that our second high school will be able to rise to the top in the entire Central Plains and even become the leader of the Yanwu Empire. No one will be able to shake us. That will be the greatest glory since the establishment of second high school. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. Yuanyue said softly, when the time comes, remember to burn a stick of incense for me so that I can hear this good news in the underworld and have no regrets. Yes. Hu Ruoyun allowed her tears to flow slowly, but she did not dare to wipe them away. The second thing is about the arrangements for the students. Yuanyue said softly, Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Changlong. Participate in the recruitment competition. Yes. Then, when it comes to choosing schools. No matter how much pressure there is, we can't let these 6 people enter the same martial arts school at the same time. These 6 people are the best of the best. Now that they're out of the bag, it's natural that they're unstoppable. It's only right that they enter the top martial arts school in the Central Plains. Even entering Shangjing's Yunduan martial arts school is in the bag. However, if we gather all of them in the same school, it'll be inappropriate for them. Their providence won't be enough. It'll cause the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weak. They'll become vulgar. Yuanyue said word by word, a leader has already appeared among them. Although we're happy to see it happen, if we gather all of them together, the other 5 will only become Zhua Xiaoduo's underlings and brothers. Although they'll still grow, the providence of the others will be suppressed by Zhua Xiaoduo's providence. Their future growth and outlook will be limited. We can only let them go and break them up. Let them scatter to different martial arts schools and be the main characters of their respective schools. Don't grant their wish to be together just because they have a good relationship. That'll only harm them and ruin their future. Yuanyue's eyes turned sharp as she said, don't ruin your child's future because of a moment of soft-heartedness. Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang both nodded solemnly. Previously, they had really discussed this matter. If these boys entered the same school, they would advance together and create a story of mutual support, brotherhood, and forever together. However, after hearing Yuanyue's words, he immediately changed his mind. In this world, anyone could have selfish motives. Only Yuanyue would not. Her words were definitely the best choice for these children. Those who should walk together, those who should walk side by side in the future. Sooner or later, they will all come together. Yuanyue said softly, there's no need to be meticulous. 100 rivers converging into the sea. Is the true sea. What gathered together and rushed into the sea was merely a tributary. Understand. Understood. In the future, when you educate your children, teach your students, and choose a future for your students, you must remember my words. Yuan's gaze was distant as she murmured, I really want to see them rise all the way, defeat all the participating students, and reach the pinnacle of their lives. I really want to see them pick up the first place trophy on the high platform and tell everyone that I'm from Phoenix City's second high. It's a pity that Yuan smiled faintly. Then, she turned around and said, Qin Fangyang. This time, she did not address him as Teacher Qin. Instead, she called him by his name. Qin Fangyang's heart trembled. He said, I'm here. I hope that you can protect these children well. Yuan said, there's one thing that I don't feel comfortable letting others do. However, if I let you do it, there's a high chance that you'll die. Qin Fangyang's eyes burned with a fiery light. Speak. In the future. Yuan turned around and said, all of you can leave. I have something to arrange for Teacher Qin alone. This is not to be spread. Please forgive me. Yes. Sister Lan, Li Changjiang, and the other two walked out with reddened eyes. They closed the door and set up a soundproof barrier outside. The old principal had said that this was not to be spread. That meant that all possibilities of it being spread had to be eliminated. Xiao Duo is a dragon vein. When the time comes, he will definitely go to the ancestral dragon's land. And that will also be the time when he completely transforms, rises, and is the time when he will be the only one in the world. Yuan looked at Qin Fangyang with pleading eyes. She said, but the ancestral dragon's land has never been a place where one dragon travels alone. There have always been 100 dragons circling around. Xiao Duo can be considered a ferocious dragon crossing the river. With his fate, he will definitely attract the attention of many heroes. That will be the greatest danger in his life. If he's not careful, he might die in the ancestral dragon's land. The ancestral dragon's land is located in Shangjing. It's where the largest dragon vein is located in the entire continent. Qin Fangyang, we don't have anyone in second high. We also don't have any power in Shangjing that we can entrust to us. If there's anything we can do, it's only you. You have a military background and were once someone that General Dongfang thought highly of. This is your last trump card. Perhaps, when the dragons surround and annihilate him, I hope that you can give Xiao Duo a chance of survival. You go to Shangjing. Make preparations first. Qin Fangyang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He said dryly, okay. Yuan looked at Qin Fangyang with a gentle gaze. She did not speak for a long time. Qin Fangyang's heart thumped. He said with a trembling voice, do you have anything else? Anything else you want to say to me? Yuan lowered her eyes. After a long time, she said, no, you can go. Qin Fangyang stood there in a daze. After a long time, he said, that Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiyu have already been killed by me. There's no reason. I don't have the patience to find evidence of their crimes, so I just killed them. Yuan nodded and said softly, I still have a month. I should be able to see the phoenix spread its wings and fulfill my greatest wish in this life. Qin Fangyang said in a muffled voice, you will live. Yuan smiled faintly. She said softly, there are 7 more days until the 15th of July. On the night of the full moon, the phoenix meridians will rush to the soul. On that day, I want to stand on the phoenix's head. Even if I die, I want to leave this world with a smile and no regrets. I'll go with you. Your wish will definitely be fulfilled. Sigh, you can't go. Yuanyue said calmly, when the time comes, there will naturally be someone else accompanying me. You and Sister Lan will have to go and protect me. This is a truly important matter for the human race. We can't afford to lose it. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I understand. On the same night, Fang Yinhua turned into a breeze and quietly went to participate in the Umno Alliance's gathering. Zhou Xiaoduo turned and went to the school to meet up with Li Changming, Li Changlong, and Yu Moyan. The four of them went to the governor's mansion together. Long Yuxing did not go with them. After all, his family and the Wan family were in-laws. The Long family's elders were also present at the birthday banquet tonight. Naturally, Long Yuxing had to go with his family's elders. The lanterns were lit. Today's Phoenix City was strangely peaceful. In fact, it was not just today. It had been this peaceful for a few days. It was as if the silence before a huge wave was about to break out. No one knew when it would change. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others stepped into the governor's mansion. On the other side, Fang Yinhua was also pushing open the Umno Alliance's door. When the group entered the governor's mansion, Zhou Xiaoduo was almost shocked. This is a small area. There were more than 30 tables in the huge banquet hall, and there were people everywhere. Directly opposite them was a big stage that was only half a meter high. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All kinds of spotlights were twinkling back and forth. There were also all kinds of musical instruments. The first thing to bear the brunt was a super big piano. It was the most eye-catching. Li Changming and Li Changlong laughed. Yes, this is a small area. Originally, Xiu's birthday banquet was going to be held in the big theater. Now that it's changed to home, of course it's a small area. Zhou Xiaoduo stuttered and pointed at the stage that was watched by thousands of people at the same time. He widened his eyes and said, in other words, I'm going to perform on this stage. Pfft. Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Changlong burst out laughing. They tried their best to hold on and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Oh my God. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his forehead. He was only thinking in his heart, is it too late for me to take out $1,000 as a gift? The answer was obvious. It was obviously too late. The guests were slowly entering and taking their seats. The main table in the middle was occupied by Governor Wan's family. Wan Lixiu, the little birthday girl, was naturally among them. Long Yuxing and the Long family were also at this table. They were constantly winking at them. Obviously, they were hinting that they would come over after a while. The table on the left was full of women. There were 3 empty seats at this time. Obviously, there were still guests who had not arrived. The 2 tables next to it were occupied by Gu Luoyan's guards. The table on the right was occupied by some of the celebrities of Phoenix City. There were only a few people. The table behind them was the table where Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were going to sit. Obviously, there were special instructions. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' table was smaller than the other tables. At most, it could seat 8 people. However, there were only 6 chairs. After Zhou Xiaoduo and the others sat down, there were 2 empty seats left. These 2 empty seats were naturally reserved for Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. These 2 people should sneak over later. Before the banquet started, the performance on the stage had already begun. It was very eye-catching. Dong dong clang clang clang. Zhou Lil Duo placed his head on the table like a dead dog. Grandpa Zhou would rather die than make a fool of himself in this situation. I miscalculated. Blue skinny mushroom. Chapter 281. After a while, all the lights in the hall were extinguished at the command of the MC. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the darkness. A 17-layer cake was pushed forward slowly under the light of the candles on the top. The entire hall was instantly filled with the fragrance of the cake. Poverty has indeed limited my imagination. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but mutter in his heart. So this is what they mean by simplified or small scale. Oh, it's too small, too simple. The cost of this cake alone is estimated to be enough to feed my family for 2 years. With everyone's blessings, Wanli Xiu puffed up her mouth and blew the cake. The people at her table were all helping to blow it out in an instant. The whole hall was filled with laughter, loud and clear. The lights came on again, but it was much softer than before. Dishes were served one after another, and the aroma filled the air. On the stage, the official program had also started, and it was obviously more advanced than before. The audience was drinking and chatting, and the stage was filled with singing and dancing. Li Chenglong directly opened 4 bottles of wine and gave one to each of them. Today is Xiu Er's birthday, so it's an exception. Let's all drink. Okay, let's drink. Sua Xiaoduo's heart gradually calmed down as there was nothing for him to do. It seemed that the so-called life and death gift was just a joke. Oh, drunk plum blossom, not bad. Sua Xiaoduo poured a glass. Under the enthusiastic toasts of his 3 classmates, he raised his neck and blurted out, "Good wine." Poor Sir Xiaoduo had only drunk a few times in his life. This time, he drank a glass of drunk plum blossom in one gulp. He didn't even have time to savor the taste of the wine before he felt as if there was a ball of fire rushing up from his stomach. This wine is really fucking spicy. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly ate, trying to suppress the smell of alcohol. Yu Moyan, Li Zhangming, and Li Chenglong looked at each other and saw the treacherous smile on each other's faces. Well, it turns out that Sua doesn't know that drunk plum blossom is soft when it enters the mouth. Of course, the 3 bottles of drunk plum blossom are authentic, and the alcohol content is very low. What was in Sua Xiaoduo's bottle was actually a strong liquor. It was plum blossom dry white wine with nearly 70% alcohol content. Sua, there was nothing he could do about it. We were only doing what we were asked to do. Who asked you to give up your reputation and not your money? You just had to perform for them. Don't drink too fast. Take it slow, take it slow. Li Chenglong winked at him and pretended to be kind as he comforted him. He didn't want Sua to get drunk before he could hold on. That would be terrible, and he wouldn't be able to do anything else. The other 2 bad friends had a tacit understanding. They drank and ate while watching the show, returning to the normal flow of the banquet. As long as they could confirm that Sua had not drunk much, today's matter would be easy to deal with. Sua Xiaoduo soon felt dizzy. He kept shaking his head. Li Chenglong was so scared that he quickly went to get a bottle of water for Sua to sober up. Please don't faint directly. It's not the time yet. Fortunately, they never talked about drinking when they were together, and they never went out to eat or drink with Sua. After all, they were busy cultivating, and they didn't have time to care about these trivial things. Li Chenglong was thinking as he persuaded Sua Xiaoduo to drink water. When this matter is exposed, how should I shift the blame? Should I let Li Zhangming or Yu Moyan take the blame? I have to choose the right person. Otherwise, I can't avoid a beating. Therefore, the swollen words started to slowly dig a hole for Li Zhangming and Yu Moyan. Let's see who jumps in first, and who will be crushed to death. Huh? Damn, Li Zhangming is also digging a hole for me. What is this guy thinking? The 2 of them looked at each other. After confirming that they were indeed on the same page, they blinked. 2 pairs of eyes turned to Yu Moyan at the same time. Then, the 2 Lis worked together to trick Yu Moyan, who came from an ordinary family and didn't attend banquets, soon fell into the hole and couldn't climb out. Swa! Let me toast you. Swa, let me toast you again. Li Zhongming and Li Chenglong looked at each other and smiled. Success. Swa, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Yu Moyan has improved a lot, and he also knows his mistakes. He knows that he was narrow-minded and short-sighted before. Let me toast you for guiding me. From now on, I, Yu Moyan, will carry out the words Moyan. I will do my best to fulfill the wishes of the old principal. Let me toast you again. It's a pleasure to be friends and brothers in this life. I'll drink, you can drink whatever you want. Li Chenglong didn't expect that after drinking, Yu Moyan's eloquence would be so good, and his alcohol tolerance was so high. He toasted Zhuo Xiaoduo 5 times in a row. That cup was 3 taels of wine. Even if Yu Moyan drank low alcohol, his head was still dizzy. Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt that the atmosphere was good today. He was in a good mood and had feelings, so he naturally wanted to get drunk. Of course. If he got drunk, he could avoid the embarrassing performance. Just now, it was just his imagination, so it couldn't be counted. Only when he got drunk could he avoid the disaster and not pursue the matter. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's real thought. Of course, another point was that he had never gotten drunk in his life. He also wanted to taste the feeling of getting drunk. Master Zhuo had drunk 6 times in his life, but he had never gotten drunk. Every time, he drank a sip with his father. It would be strange if he got drunk. Here, they kept toasting each other, and it was very lively. Master Zhuo was completely relaxed. His eyes were blurred, and he put his arm around Li Chenglong's shoulder. He said sincerely, "Swollen. I really like to see you swollen all over. Come, let's drink." Li Chenglong drank this cup of wine with trepidation. He then put his arm around Li Zhongming and said sincerely, "Sleep, sleep, you sleep all day long. It's a miracle that your cultivation increased. If you sleep forever, won't you be invincible? Come, drink this cup." Li Zhongming cursed in his heart, "You're the one who will sleep forever and become invincible." He put on a sincere expression and drank it all. Time flew by during such a happy time. Soon, most of the guests had left. By the time Wanli Xiu and Long Yuxing came over, the 4 people at the table were already shaking their heads and had blurred eyes. The 4 of them were hugging each other like Siamese twins and pouring wine into each other's mouths. You toast me, I toast him, and he toast him. Damn! Long Yuxing's eyes widened. They're so high. Most of the guests had left, and the artiste program had also ended. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was already 9.5 minutes drunk, looked at the stage. It had ended. Well, there were only the last 2 tables left. Then the program would be cancelled, and it would be settled. Master's heart relaxed. Once this last worry was put down, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. It's about time, right? Wanli Xiu asked softly. Li Zhongming nodded calmly. Beside him was Li Chenglong, who was calm and collected. Zhuo, where's the program you prepared? Wanli Xiu questioned, as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hands. It's almost time to leave. When are you going to perform your program? I've been looking forward to it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost absent-minded at this moment. He was dizzy and stunned. Damn, what's going on? Why are they asking about it now? What program? There's no one here. It's over. Why do you still want to perform? Oh, Zhuo, are you going to renege on your promise? Wanli Xiu said angrily, I'm afraid that you don't know anything. I'm afraid that you'll embarrass yourself. That's why I waited until there's only one table left to ask you to perform. I just wanted you to show your sincerity. I didn't expect you to renege on your promise. Is there any justice in this? Sua Xiao Duo was drunk. His brain was not as fast as usual. He said stubbornly, Who wants to renege on my promise? Who's afraid of being embarrassed? If you're not afraid of being embarrassed and don't intend to renege on your promise, where's the program you prepared? The program. It's here. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes rolled. He looked around the amusement park with his last bit of Qingming festival. Were there really not many people left? As he thought about it, he felt emboldened. He stood up shakily. He was drunk. He said stubbornly, You're lucky today. Listen to me sing a song for you. Humph, when have I, Master Sua, ever gone back on my promise? We want something more exciting. How can you just sing a song? Li Chenglong smiled evilly, Sua, can you do it or not? If you can't, just say no. We won't dare to make things difficult for you, boss. Bullshit. Sua Xiao Duo was furious, who can't do it? You can't do it. Watch me. I'll give you a good performance. I'm a real actor. I'll give you a thrilling performance. Sua Xiao Duo stumbled all the way to the stage and knocked over 3 chairs. Only then did he manage to get onto the stage with his hands and feet. He was drunk to the point of losing consciousness. But he still looked down subconsciously. He was sure that there were only a few of them left. He couldn't help but feel more relaxed. What music do you want? What song do you want to sing? Wanli Xiu asked. Other than Yu Moyan, who was already drunk and snoring under the table, the others were already laughing their heads off. Today's matter was originally discussed by everyone. They wanted to make Sua look bad. They wanted to vent their frustrations from being beaten up by him every day. They had secretly rehearsed for this for a few days. Some were the comedians, some were the supporting characters, some were fanning the flames, and some were egging him on. Now it seemed that the effect was really awesome. It was satisfying to follow the will of heaven. Now that they had successfully pushed this guy onto the stage, it didn't matter what program he performed next. As long as they could watch him act like a monkey on the stage, it would be enough. This was enough to comfort them for the rest of their lives. They would have no regrets in life. Chapter 282. According to their understanding of Sua's character, as long as he was excited, there was nothing he couldn't do. Maybe he couldn't even be pulled down when they asked him to. I don't need any music. Sua Xiao Duo roared angrily, Get the guitar. I'm so happy today that I'll play and sing a song you've never heard before. Just for today, for Xiu's birthday. TSK. A few people snorted. A song they've never heard before. That wasn't a lot. After a while, the guitar was brought up and Sua Xiao Duo started to play. They had to admit that Master Sua's skills weren't just for show. After all, he had been repeating for so many years, so he had learned a lot of skills in this area. Just by fiddling with it, everyone could tell that he really had a good foundation. At this time, on the other side of the curtain, 3 people were sneakily looking over. Well, it couldn't be considered sneaky. It was just a slit, but it was enough to guarantee that it could be seen clearly. Gu Luoyan, Sua Xiaoyan, Mu Yanyan. The 3 of them didn't appear from beginning to end, just eating and drinking on the side. Gu Luoyan was a guest who had already agreed to attend, and Sua Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan were both pulled over by Gu Luoyan. To be honest, Mu Yanyan and Sua Xiaoyan didn't want to come at first, but Wan Lixio hinted through Gu Luoyan that Sua Xiao Duo would perform tonight. This made the 2 of them curious, so naturally, they came as well. Being able to see Sua Xiaoduo's performance was a rare opportunity. In the end, it was Sui Xiaoyan who urged Mu Yanyan and Gu Luoyan to secretly sit on the side and listen. According to Sui Xiaoyan's understanding of Sui Xiao Duo, if this guy saw her and Mu Yanyan, he wouldn't even dare to drink, let alone perform. Nian, what do you think Xiao Duo will perform? Mu Yanyan asked. Gu Luoyan was also curious about this. Xiao Duo actually knows a lot. Sui Xiaoyan smiled and said, he often hums some songs. I've never heard them before, but they're all very nice. This kid is amazing. Really? Never heard of it. As an experienced musician, Gu Luoyan's eyes lit up like a light bulb. Does that mean he can write his own lyrics and music? I think so. Sui Xiaoyan was a little uncertain and said, last time, he was holding an injured stray cat and bandaging its wound. He was busy singing One Ya Mo and Tu Ya Mo. It was quite nice, but I didn't hear the specific lyrics clearly. When Gu Luoyan heard this, she couldn't help but become more excited. In the stands, Sui Xiao Duo had already finished tuning his guitar. He stood in front of the microphone, swayed his body gently, and began to pluck the strings. It does have some charm. Even I haven't heard this melody before. Is it really self-composed? Gu Luoyan was amazed. As a music expert and a singing star, he could really tell whether a song was good or bad. Even if it was just a prelude. Sui Xiaoyan's face was full of pride. My family's dog is amazing. Gu Luoyan tasted it carefully and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This prelude has some flavor. On the other side, Sui Xiao Duo swayed his body as he played the guitar. His body twisted like a snake. Finally, everyone was waiting. The main melody of the song began, and the lyrics came one after another. Come on, I'll agree to anything you want. Come on, I'll listen to anything you want, but don't be impatient and infatuated. Come on, there's something I need to clarify first. If you want to kiss the water dragonfly, if you want to hug me, I'll decide who's better. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes were blurred as he sang at the top of his lungs. His voice was very sweet and soft. His body was wriggling like a snake. During the break in the lyrics, he completely let go. After wriggling for a while, he put his mouth on the microphone and started wailing again. Isn't it sexy? Ha ha ha. Oh whoa. Sexy to the bone, oh whoa, oh whoa. Whistles could be heard one after another. A wave of wolf howls came from below. Although there were only 3 boys, the group's howls created quite an imposing atmosphere. Wanli Xiu rolled her eyes and couldn't help but laugh so hard that she held her stomach. Sui Xiaoyan, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body froze. Mu Yanyan was also completely defeated. She couldn't maintain the dignity of a teacher and the demeanor of a master. She held her stomach and twitched all over. Gu Luoyan's expression was very interesting. She laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. She tried to smooth things over. The song is quite nice. But, even if a girl came, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as good as him twisting. That. Gu Luoyan really couldn't say the word sexy out loud. With a crack, Sui Xiaoyan's mouth finally closed. She slammed the table and was about to teach him a lesson. I've praised you to the skies, and this is all you're singing to me. Don't. Gu Luoyan stopped her and said, whether it's the melody or the song, it's not bad. Let's listen to it first. It's really not bad. It's not a compliment. At most, the wording is a little. Yes, yes, yes. Sui Xiaoyan was panting. On the stage, Sui Xiao Duo didn't know there were other people watching. As the song progressed, he became more and more relaxed. The more he twisted, the more flirtatious he became. His body was twisting, his eyes were flirtatious. It was really too flirtatious. Come on, I'm 1,000 styles. Come on, I'm so flirtatious. Not enough, add more flirtatious. Not enough, twist my waist again. Sui Xiaonian covered her red and hot face. She was embarrassed by this dog. Don't say, the melody and singing are all good. To be able to write this song, his music theory level is really not low. Amazing. Gu Luoyan, who was a musician, could clearly hear something different from the music. This Sui Xiao duo turned out to be a treasure boy. Gu Luoyan thought for a moment and sent a message to Wan Lixiu. She quickly said a few words. Wan Lixiu was stunned when she heard this. She looked puzzled. Gu Luoyan had to say a few more words through voice transmission. Wan Lixiu still hesitated for a while. Probably when Sui Xiao duo finished the song, she jumped out and offered a glass of wine. Master Sui didn't refuse and drank it in one gulp. Wan Lixiu said loudly, Sui, in the future, when we are successful, I'm afraid we will have to go to the Sun-Moon Pass to participate in the war. Maybe we will die, or be disabled, or be buried in a foreign land. Sui Xiaoduo's drunkenness was immediately awakened by Wan Lixiu's words. What's going on? Xiao, I'm flirtatious. Why did you suddenly bring up such a heavy topic? You're making it hard for me to change my mood. How can I continue? Wan Lixiu said, Sui, think about it. Today is not my birthday, but before I go to the war, what will you say to your family? You can improvise according to the situation. Sui Xiao duo was drunk and was thinking about things, inspiration bursting. He said, do I need to think about it? I already have a ready-made one. Wan Lixiu's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Gu Luoyan's eyes also lit up like light bulbs. Then why don't you sing it? Sui Xiao duo was silent for a while and then suddenly laughed. Your birthday is the most important. You can say whatever you want. However, the atmosphere you asked for is a bit heavy. The guitar is not suitable for me. I can only listen to it. Just sing it. Sui Xiao duo brewed his emotions for a moment, and his body suddenly straightened up. As the prelude of the guitar sounded again, Gu Luoyan also sat up straight. It was just a prelude, but she could hear a lot of things. This was an extremely heavy song. Maybe I'll say goodbye and never come back. Do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I'll fall and never get up again. Do you want to wait forever? If that's the case, don't be sad. The flag of the Yanwu country has our blood-stained glory. Gu Luoyan sat up straight, tears glistening in her eyes. This song completely shocked Gu Luoyan. Around the Sun-Moon Pass, there were 30,000 miles of tombstones. Which one of them was not a good man? For the sake of victory, those men who rushed into the Umno Alliance's army and self-destructed. Which one of them was not strong enough to lead a region? Do you believe that I've turned into a mountain range? Gu Luoyan listened carefully and replied in her heart, I believe. I believe that every mountain range in the astral souls is a monument made by heroes. After Sui Xiao duo finished the song, the shocked Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu continued to drink until they were dead drunk. Then it became a fight between Li Chenglong, Li Changming, Wan Lixiu, and the others. They were all drunk. In the end, Sui Xiao duo was carried back by Sui Xiaonian like a dead pig. Sui Xiaonian put Sui Xiao duo on the bed and sat quietly by the bed. She stared at the little man who reeked of alcohol. The first song had made Sui Xiaonian go berserk, but the next song made everyone cry. Damn, looks like you have a lot of secrets. Sui Xiaonian's eyes flashed. But if you can sing like this and relax yourself, I feel more confident. I know that you've prepared everything. Sui Xiaonian's face was full of satisfaction. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew Zhuo Xiaoduo the best. Zhuo Xiaoyan was certain that his phoenix vein tribulation would not be a problem anymore, just based on the little thing about this kid. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not be so relaxed. At least, Zhuo Xiaoduo had done everything he could. He had done the best he could. In the governor's mansion, Gu Luoyan did not sleep for the whole night. The melodious yet heavy melody lingered in her heart. She couldn't wait to recall it all night. She even found the governor's mansion to record it. She even asked Wan Pingyuan to block the news and take the original recording with her. I'm going to sing this song that the sun and moon pass. The warriors there need this song so much. If I go to Zhuo Xiaoduo and buy the copyright of this song, I wonder. Will he sell it? What should I do? That I'm so tired. 7 or 8 guys watched me write like crazy all the way. My hands are cramping. But they also saw that I had a guest. They wanted to sing at 6 p.m. But now it seems that they can't. Let's sing at 5 p.m. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, subscription. Chapter 283. Gu Luoyan tried to fill in all the relevant details of the music score and lyrics in order to make it perfect. Then she began to add the accompaniment instruments. With such an atmosphere, a guitar was far from enough. The name of this song should be The Blood-Soaked Style. I didn't expect this seemingly lazy boy to have such a heroic and stirring feeling in his bones. I should drink to this song. Gu Luoyan was busy until the east was bright. Finally, she finalized a draft. It should be almost done, but Zhuo Xiaoduo should have a more complete score. I can't wait to see the style of the original draft. Early morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his head and got up to pee. Ouch. I can't take it anymore. I have to quit drinking. I must quit drinking. I will never touch alcohol again in my life. There seemed to be tens of thousands of people fighting in his head. In addition to the dizziness, there were also bursts of tearing pain. There was also a tumbling feeling in his stomach. There was a feeling of weariness rushing up from time to time. Zhuo Xiaoduo forced himself to endure and stood in front of the toilet. The urine that had been stored for a long time was not finished yet. Suddenly, it was like the Yangtze River had opened its floodgates, pouring out thousands of miles away. Ugh! The top and bottom opened fire at the same time. The scene was extremely spectacular. The ground was directly swept away by the violent flow of water. It was a scene of devastation. After a long while, Zhuo Xiaoduo staggered out and put his head under the faucet. Then, he put the faucet back into his mouth and gulped down the water. Then, he ran into the toilet and vomited again. After a few rounds of this, it seemed that his stomach was emptied. Then, he collapsed on the sofa weakly. Quit drinking. I must quit drinking. I must quit drinking, I must. Zhuo Xiaoduo was exhaling more than he was inhaling. He was out of his mind and was not much better than a pile of mud. Humph. Wu Yuding put a bowl of soup on the table. Hurry up and drink this soup. Don't drink if you don't know how to drink. I think you vomited too little. Your father had a drinking competition with others all those years ago, and I. Ahem. Zhuo Chonglu walked out of the bedroom. Who told you to drink so much? Drink less in the future. Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely not touch this thing in the future. It's too fucking uncomfortable. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the basin and poured the warm and sticky rice soup into his stomach. Not long after the bowl of rice soup entered his stomach, he felt a soothing and scorching sensation slowly rising in his stomach. He immediately felt much better. Idiot. Zhuo Chonglu frowned. Why don't you use your flaming sun scripture? Even if he would still get drunk in the end, he could at least hold on for a little longer, right? You have to eat your fill before you drink. You won't get drunk if you have a bottom, understand? Even if you're forced to drink, can't you just use the toilet as an excuse? You can just go to the toilet and it'll be gone. It's just that I didn't get drunk enough. Zhou Changlu was exasperated and imparted his family's unique skill of not getting drunk to him. Wu Yuding hurriedly threw a bowl full of porridge at him. Can't you teach me something better? Go and eat your porridge. Zhou Changlu reached out and caught it. He spun it and easily dispersed the momentum without spilling a single drop. He chuckled. Okay. Zhou Xiaonian walked out of the room and said with a dark face, damn you. How did you come back last night? Do you remember? Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively cowered. He shrank his head and said, I don't remember, really. I don't remember. How did I come back? Then do you remember what you did last night? What did I do? Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. What you're saying? You held a concert last night and twisted around on stage. Did you enjoy it? Zhou Xiaonian's pretty face said, you're in danger. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with panic. You. Last night, I was so happy watching you sing, dance, and twist around. In the end, I had to carry you back. That Joe of yours was really satisfying. You drank to your heart's content. You drank to your heart's content. You drank to your heart's content. Zhou Xiaonian's small canine teeth slowly revealed. She gritted her teeth and said, not bad, damn you. You're really something. It's over. Zhou Xiaoduo only had time to say this word in his heart. His body reacted instinctively. He jumped forward and stuck out his tongue, wagging his head and tail. Woof, woof. Am I heavy? Pfft. Zhou Xiaonian suddenly burst out laughing. Although she tried to keep a straight face, she couldn't help it. She said angrily, go away. I want to eat. Zhou Xiaoduo felt relieved. Well, it seemed that the situation wasn't serious. There was still room to maneuver. Of course, he wouldn't just go away. Instead, he smiled cheekily and carefully helped Zhou Xiaonian to the seat. He jumped up and said, I'll get you the porridge. He. Wu Yuding said worriedly, once a man makes a mistake, especially the first time, you must use the most severe means to completely deter and stop him. If you do it well, you can get it done once and for all and eliminate all future troubles. But if you don't do it well, you're just asking for trouble and causing endless troubles. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was walking over with the porridge, was stunned. Mom! Am I your son or your son-in-law? How can a mother be like you? Wu Yuding glanced at him. You're my son and my son-in-law. What's wrong? You don't agree. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. I agree. I'm your son-in-law, not your son, okay? Zhou Xiaonian immediately leaned on the table and hid her face. Her face was burning red. Ding dong. Zhou Xiaoduo's cell phone suddenly rang. A message had been sent. A man values loyalty, a promise is worth 1,000 pounds, a man holding a sword to the sky, drawing his sword for 7 months. It was an unknown number. Zhou Xiaoduo bounced up from the chair. Dad, I'm going to school now. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed out of the door. Wu Yuding warned Zhou Xiaonian, you have to be careful. This boy is not easy to get rid of. Only by holding him in your hands can he be yours. Zhou Xiaonian smiled calmly and said, Mom, that message is a poem. It's very masculine and doesn't seem like it's sent by a girl. I understand this difference. Zhou Chonglu rolled his eyes. As a mother, what have you been teaching her? Do you really think that dog is your son-in-law? That's your son. Zhou Xiaoduo went out and immediately replied with a message. It was also a poem. The heroes of China are all in Phoenix City. He 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 he, he 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 he, he 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 he. Send. On the other side. Fang Yinhua was confused when she saw the message. Damn. He's not willing to take the risk. He wants me to meet him. As she thought about it, she sighed with a toothache. This guy seemed to be even more cowardly than her. However, she was the one who gave in. All right, I'll go. Hence, she sent a message. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. Second middle gate to the right, please turn back. Zhou Xiaoduo replied, oh, the spring water of the 3 rivers flows, the beauty should be fine, and I'll help you grow old. Fuck. You're threatening me again. Fang Yinhua kept her phone and immediately went out. Along the way, she sighed. What the fuck? She had already sent so many messages. She might as well have called to clarify things. She was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo and Fang Yinhua met in an extremely secluded place. You have news? Yes. Tell me. We went for a meeting last night to discuss the plan. How did you discuss the plan? Tell me in detail. Don't leave out a single word. Don't leave out anyone's expression when you speak. Fang Yinhua was dumbfounded. No wonder she had to call. This request was simply, Zhou Xiaoduo. Last night, the representative of the UMNO Alliance in Phoenix City called us for a meeting. A total of. Wait, what's the identity of the representative in Phoenix City? What does he look like? This. The representative has been hiding his appearance. How can we see what he looks like? We also don't know his public identity. Then what do I need you for? Fang Yinhua rolled her eyes. The representative's style has always been like this. He has to keep secrets from outsiders and even more so from his own people. It's basically impossible for him to be exposed. I can't do anything about it. Forget it. You can continue with the content of the meeting. Now, it's still a preliminary decision. The reason why it's a preliminary decision should be to let everyone have a rough idea of what to do. We'll have to wait until the next meeting. I estimate that we'll have to wait until the final moment of the Phoenix soul soaring into the heavens before we can make a final decision. Now that we can confirm how many people there are, I want to know the exact head count. Don't tell me you don't even know this. I've already asked around about this. The high-end combat power includes 2 transformation stage cultivators. I'm one of them. In addition, there are 11 nascent soul stage cultivators and 20 Dan essence stage cultivators. This time, in order to complete the mission, all these people will go to war regardless of the cost and casualties. So few people. Are you kidding me? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. You want to accomplish such a big mission with so few people? Fang Yinhua couldn't help but widen her eyes. So few people. But when she thought about the meaning of Zhou Xiaoduo's words, she suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that Phoenix City has already gathered enough combat power to deal with the UMNO Alliance? Or could it be that there's a huge disparity in strength between them? If that was the case, wouldn't she really be trapped in a deadly situation if she acted rashly? Luckily, I switched sides at the last moment and joined Master Little Duo. Fang Yinhua rejoiced in her heart. That representative you mentioned, isn't he going to take action? Since he's the leader of a region and the person in charge of the overall situation, his strength should be no small matter, right? Recalling Fang Yinhua's introduction, Xiao Duo sharply discovered the problem and asked directly. Emissaries are usually in charge of the overall situation and will never participate in a direct battle. Fang Yinhua said, at least in all my years of participating in missions, I've rarely seen an emissary take action. Xiao Duo nodded noncommittally. Chapter 284. Sir. Fang Yinhua tried to sound him out. I need you to promise me that the Umno Alliance's elites will all be wiped out. None of them will be left alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything in the Umno Alliance in the future. Xiao Duo frowned and said, this. I can only promise you that I will do my best. But you should know that this is very difficult. Fang Yinhua was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his head. I can keep my promise, but my safety needs to be guaranteed. What if these people escape? Xiao Duo looked at him with bright eyes. At first, I thought that you would ask me to let you escape with some of your men to cover up your betrayal. I didn't expect you to insist on wiping out all the Umno Alliance's elites. This is a big loss for me. Fang Yinhua smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I've always been a cautious person. Nothing is more important than my own life. Basically, all the forces in the Wizard Alliance have heard about this. Ahem. In this battle, I'm the person with the strongest combat power in the Wizard Alliance. If there's anyone who can survive in this situation, it's definitely me. Therefore, it's natural for me to be able to escape unscathed. No one will doubt it. But the others? There is no need for them to live. Living people are not as reliable as dead people. Fang Yinhua's face was full of hope. Xiao Duo laughed. I see. That's fine too. However, if you want me to help you wipe out all the Umno Alliance's elites, I need you to provide me with more detailed information. Xiao Duo muttered, this way, I can make the most appropriate arrangements according to the information, and achieve what you want to the greatest extent. However, Fang Yinhua, this method is equivalent to you arranging your own life. Fang Yinhua agreed. I understand. I have always been working hard for my life. I will not slack off. After this meeting, we haven't finalized any specific arrangements. Everything will depend on the last gathering to confirm the number of people who will participate in the battle. Once it is confirmed, I will send the information immediately. There will be no delay. That's good. Work hard. My lord, take care. Fang Yinhua left. Xiao Duo furrowed his brows and pondered for an entire hour. He had to confirm some things. Were his providence points enough? He checked his luck points. Now, he had accumulated 23 points. These should be about right. Xiao Duo muttered to himself as he considered his overall plan. He walked out of his hiding place and took a big detour before heading back to the school. And this was the first time that Xiao Duo had been late for school in so many years. Xiao Duo's drunkenness from last night had long disappeared, but he was still frowning. He was calculating the odds of success at every step in his heart. Xiao Duo. A clear but slightly uneasy and timid voice sounded. Xiao Duo looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person standing in front of him. Her figure was slim and slender. Her face was delicate to the extreme. Her short hair was very neat. This person was Meng Qinyu. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at him with uneasiness. Her eyes were faintly red. And the current intersection was about a kilometer away from the second middle school. Xiao Duo instinctively became vigilant. He narrowed his eyes and said, Meng Qinyu. You are looking for me. Meng Qinyu nodded vigorously. Her voice was unprecedentedly soft. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and quickly took out a small mirror to look at himself. And there was no danger. Also, if Meng Qinyu wanted to kill me, she should not have come so openly, right? At least, she would not have done it herself. Even if the Meng family was in a difficult situation and was gradually declining, it would not be to this extent. Sua Xiaoduo was very clear about this point. Why are you looking for me? Sua Xiaoduo coldly said, between the two of us, there is nothing to say, right? Sua Xiaoduo. Meng Qinyu took 2 steps forward and begged, Can we find another place to talk? What do you want to talk about? I have a huge secret that I want to tell you. Meng Qinyu said in a low voice. Huge secret. Just you. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Meng Qinyu, who was full of hope, without any trust. Although I do not believe you, we have some connections. But at least we have some history. Come with me. It was still that secret and deserted abandoned house. Sua Xiaoduo had only left for 5 minutes. He did not expect that he would return so quickly. What is it? Speak quickly. I still have to go to class. I can't make it. Sua Xiaoduo said. My father has been caught. Tears streamed down Meng Qinyu's face. My brother doesn't want me anymore. I can't find him. Then why are you looking for me? Hurry up and go find your brother. This isn't the huge secret you were talking about, right? Now they don't want me. Meng Qinyu sadly said, Sua Xiaoduo, Can you let me go? It seems that this is the secret you wanted to tell me. Sua Xiaoduo stood up and left. Meng Qinyu, goodbye. With a thump, Meng Qinyu knelt down and hugged Sua Xiaoduo's leg. Sua Xiaoduo, save me. Bang! Sua Xiaoduo kicked Meng Qinyu away. Don't hug me. I am allergic to the perfume on your body. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and left without any hesitation. Meng Qinyu mournfully shouted, Sua Xiaoduo, what you want to know, I can tell you right now. I will tell you everything. Sua Xiaoduo stopped and slowly turned around. Where do you plan on telling me from? From the beginning when I found out about the Phoenix Pulse spirit until now. Everything. Sua Xiaoduo's interest was piqued this time. He turned around and sat down. Speak. I am listening. I started from. Meng Qinyu began to narrate in detail. From the beginning when the Meng and Ning families began to sabotage Yuanyua's plans. To the construction of the building and ancestral grave, to Meng Qintian becoming the head of the Meng group, to the scheme against Sua Xiaoyan. Bit by bit, there was no escape. The more Sua Xiaoduo listened, the sharper his gaze became. In other words, you knew about all of the schemes. Yes. What is your goal in coming to find me today? Sua Xiaoduo's gaze became as cold as ice. I know you will not forgive me. But I want to live. Meng Qinyu raised her delicate face. I am only 18. Xiaoduo, you may not know, but you should have heard that an 18-year-old girl can easily make mistakes. I know I was wrong. But I do not want to die. Sua Xiaoduo coldly said, as long as you are human, no one wants to die. But if you do not want to die, what is the point of coming to find me? My body has already begun to show those black spots. Meng Qinyu choked. I know that it is a curse. If nothing unexpected happens, I will not be able to live. But I know that you can save me. You're the one who cursed me, aren't you? Meng Qinyu looked at him with eyes full of hope. The feng shui situation was changed by you, right? So you can definitely save me. Whoever started the trouble should end it. But why should I save you? Sua Xiaoduo remained cold. I can give you everything you want. As long as I have it. Meng Qinyu gently said, although the Meng group has collapsed. The current assets are still an astronomical figure. As long as you save me, I will be the sole legal successor. When that time comes, all of this can be yours. Even I will be yours. You can play however you want. Meng Qinyu quietly said, could it be that you do not feel that playing with the daughter of your enemy is a very satisfying and delightful thing? As for me, as long as I can live, it is fine. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes became more and more serene. If you are still not at ease. Meng Qinyu gritted her teeth and said, Sui Xiaoduo, I know everything about the primordial Yin soul transfer. I can. Let you use the primordial Yin soul transfer on my body. Turn me completely into your plaything. Senior sister's astral souls are only 99 astral souls. Using the primordial Yin soul transfer to make up for her, she can become a complete astral soul that has never been seen before. This will create a miracle that the heavenly girl of spiritual thoughts cannot surpass. Xiao Duo, save me. I know you can do it. Meng Qinyu knelt a few steps forward and hugged Sui Xiaoduo's leg. She begged, Xiao Duo. In the future, I will listen to everything you say. Really? Believe me. Looking at Meng Qinyu's face, Sui Xiaoduo carefully observed it for a moment. The sadness and despair were real. The pleading was also real. But, faintly, there was a feeling of extreme discomfort and disharmony hidden within. At least from his understanding, Meng Qinyu was definitely not this kind of person. This young girl, with her personality, should not have proposed such a humiliating condition. If it was said that she stubbornly walked the path of death to the end, Sui Xiaoduo felt that it would be believable. But now, this kind of begging for her life, it really did not make sense. Sui Xiaoduo faintly said, if I want to change your fate, it is indeed not difficult. Meng Qinyu's eyes lit up. But what happens after that? Sui Xiaoduo playfully said, let me guess your final plan. After escaping, you will no longer be threatened by death. Although you will lose all your self-esteem and even your chastity, when you become my plaything, you will still be close to me. I believe that you will confidently use your physical advantage to instigate me and tempt me. In order to make me completely at ease, let me use the soul transfer on you to ensure that everything will go smoothly. As long as you use the soul transfer on me, you will suddenly use the secret method to backfire on me. Not only can you kill me, but you can also use the bond between Sister Xiao Nian and me, and everything that Sister Xiao Nian has will become yours. Sui Xiaoduo smiled and asked, right? Sure enough, it is an excellent wishful thinking. Other than losing your chastity, the other so-called losses are just temporary. The history books are written by the victors. After that, you will naturally become a female hero and the overlord of Phoenix, right? Meng Qinyu was suddenly stunned, and then her face turned ashen. As long as I'm persuaded by you and use the soul transference technique, it will be good for me, good for Sister Nian, and I'll have a slave for the rest of my life. It's a win-win situation, right? But as long as I want to do that, I will have to raise you, until Sister Xiao Nian and I can get married. So your lifespan will be extended invisibly. Even if you can't do it, you can find a chance to escape. Since I have chosen to raise you, I will naturally not let the curse bother you, and you will no longer be in danger. Then, the best outcome would be for me to use the Vitaline soul transfer on you and give you a taste of your own medicine. In summary, this is the truth of your complaint, the most vicious revenge plan. Sui Xiaoduo sneered, do you think that I, Sui Xiaoduo, am so stupid that I can do anything for a woman? Or do you think that you are the only one in the world who knows that the soul transfer on me can backfire? Meng Qinyu's eyes completely turned into a black hole. Her face was full of despair. Sui Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said word by word, actually, changing your fate and removing the curse for you is not difficult. Look up. Swishoudwa's words made Meng Qinyu raise her head subconsciously. However, what greeted him was a hammer that was even larger than a large water bucket, which suddenly covered everything in its path. With the force of a mountain, it fiercely smashed down. In a trance, it was as if she saw the sun and the moon rotating, and the stars flowing in reverse. Meng Qinyu screamed, "Swishoudwo!" Her voice was filled with unspeakable bitterness and hatred. But Swishoudwa's face was cold, and he did not give her any more time to speak. The hammer fell with the sound of the wind. Then poof. Swishoudwa's hammer was extremely powerful. It was as if he had poured all of his strength into this one strike. The wealth of the richest man, the beautiful female slave, astral souls. He did not care at all. Protective feelings for the fairer sex. What was that? The sledgehammer smashed downwards and struck its target. Meng Qinyu's delicate face was instantly turned into mush, with brain matter flying in all directions. The sledgehammer continued to smash downwards without stopping in the slightest. That slender neck, that graceful body, that exquisite face, those long and slender legs, that everything was crushed until they no longer existed. Dong! The hammer directly smashed Meng Qinyu's body to the ground. In the end, only a pool of blood and some broken bones were left on the ground. Tui! Swishoudwo put away his hammer. When he raised his hand to look, the hammer was as clean as new. There was not a single trace of blood. It was as if it had just been washed clean and taken out. I should not have used my kitty hammer to smash you. Swishoudwo muttered, but you are too evil. I need to work together with Nian Mao to kill you. Otherwise, it will be too easy for you. Kitty hammer, oh kitty hammer. On the first day of its birth, it has tasted the blood of a beautiful woman. Is it satisfying? This vicious woman wants to make me feel good. In your dreams. Kitty hammer, oh kitty hammer, rather than making me feel good, why not make you feel good? As he muttered to himself, the hammer had already been put back into the space ring. This chapter is 4,000 words. Originally, Meng Qinyu had a part to play. But the more I wrote, the more disgusting it was, so I just killed it. Sigh. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. There are so few recommendation votes. Chapter 285. Swishoudwo took out a towel from his spatial ring and wiped his hands. Then, he took out a set of clothes and calmly took off his clothes. He was completely naked. Looking at her own naked body, she let out a long sigh. My beautiful body, is it something that you, Meng Qinyu, can touch? He slowly changed his clothes and suddenly stretched out his right hand. An extremely hot feeling came out of his hand. A raging fire rose. Nothing in the desolate house was burned. Only the bloodstains on the ground were engulfed by the flames. The flickering flames illuminated Swishoudwa's cold and indifferent face. The great sun. After confirming that there were no traces left, Swishoudwo strode out without looking back. The moment he walked out of the courtyard, a feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Treat your friends with sincerity, but don't show mercy to your enemies. At this moment, Qin Fangyang's teachings flashed through his mind. Thank you, Teacher Qin. At this moment, He Yuanyue was directing Hu Ruoyun to do her work. She dug out all of her lifelong collection. Everything was categorized and labeled clearly. To mischievous students, students who don't strive for improvement, to gifted students, students who are evil by nature. In this category, He Yuanyue's personal reflections and summaries of her teaching experience were enough to fill a large bookshelf. Looking at these, He Yuanyue said softly, Ruoyun, you must remember. Those who graduate from the second high school may not be strong or martial artists, but as long as they graduate from the second high school, they must first be a person. If you want to do something, you must first be a person. How to be a person. How to let a student learn to be a person with an indomitable spirit. These all require a teacher's teachings. There is no tree that cannot be straightened, and there is no student that cannot be taught. This is not a slogan, nor is it a high standard. It is the most basic integrity of a teacher. He Yuanhua panted, "You must remember." "I will remember." With tears in her eyes, Hu Ruoyun tidied up bit by bit. At the end of the book, a palm-sized tiny box came into view. The box looked very ordinary, and it wasn't even locked. Hu Ruoyun picked up the box and was about to open it to see what was inside. "Bring it here." He Yuanhua gasped for breath with difficulty. "Yes." He Yuanhua caressed the box. She wanted to open it several times, but she didn't. "Teacher, do you want to open this box?" Hu Ruoyun asked subconsciously. He Yuanhua hesitated for a moment and sighed softly, "Open it. Let me take one last look. Ruoyun, after I leave, don't let anyone see this box. Let it accompany me in the grave." "Yes." Hu Ruoyun slowly opened the box. Suddenly, she froze and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with indescribable shock. This was because there was only one well-preserved photograph in the wooden box. In the photo, there was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and suave, and the woman was peerless in her generation, a national beauty. The man's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. The woman was leaning on the man's shoulder. Her face was filled with happiness and sweetness. The man was wearing a well-ironed suit. The woman was wearing a pure white wedding dress. This was a wedding photo. It was the proof of the sweetest moment between a man and a woman. It was just that the man and woman in the photo looked a little familiar. Hu Ruoyun suddenly had an incredulous thought in her heart. Then, she was completely shocked. "This." Hu Ruoyun gasped for breath. Her eyes were dull. Suddenly, she murmured, This man. Looks like teacher Qin Fongyang. This woman. Hu Ruoyun suddenly froze. Because she remembered many years ago. At that time, she was still a young girl. The old principal didn't have white hair back then. At that time, the old principal was still in good spirits. The old principal's face before that hadn't withered. It was quite similar to the bride in the photo. Hu Ruoyun raised her head in shock and looked at He Yuanhua. He Yuanhua's eyes were also focused on the photo. After looking at it for a long time, she said softly, "Ruoyun, was I beautiful when I was young?" Hu Ruoyun tried to breathe. However, she couldn't say a word. She could only feel her tears pouring out like a flood. At that time, I was once called the #1 beauty in the Northwest. He Yuanhua smiled faintly. You were also someone who almost reached this step. You should understand me best. Hu Ruoyun's tears fell like rain. He Yuanhua gently closed the lid of the box and placed it on the table. Her eyes were distant. It was as if she had traveled back 100 years and returned to that day that she didn't say anything. She didn't show any regret, pain, or sadness. However, it was this kind of calmness that made Hu Ruoyun feel even more heartbroken. Her lover was still young and strong. He still had an imposing appearance. However, the beauty back then was already covered in wrinkles and white hair. Her lover still had endless years to live in this world. However, the bride in the wedding dress back then had already reached the end of her life. White hair, a beautiful face, a pink skeleton, nothing more than this, nothing more than that. In such an atmosphere, in such a situation, how could they recognize each other? Gu Ruoyun felt the same way. Only now did she truly understand He Yuanyue's feelings. Don't forget. He Yuanyue patted the small box. Ruoyun will not disappoint you. Gu Ruoyun promised solemnly with tears. There are still 6 days. He Yuanyue said softly, on the 15th of July, the heaven and earth will be separated. When the moon is full, the phoenix pulse will enter the soul. No matter what, I have to see the phoenix pulse spirit. You will definitely see it. Gu Ruoyun said sincerely. I hope so. He Yuanyue closed her eyes tiredly. His withered hand gently caressed the small box. I, also once, was happy. Gu Luo Yen had been pestering Zhuo Xiaonian for the whole morning. Little sister Nian, please help me. Gu Luo Yen was determined to get that song. It had only been 1 night and half a day, but her eyes were already red. She was very clear that in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands, the song would only be buried and would never see the light of day. Zhuo Xiaoduo would never sing on stage. This brat simply did not have such intentions. Gu Luo Yen and Zhuo Xiaoduo had only known each other for 2 days, but she already had a good understanding of this guy's personality. She knew that even if this guy went on stage again, he would only sing the song that he sang last night, Come On, I'm So Sexy. The blood-stained style that he sang last night was an accident. It was almost impossible for him to do it again with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaonian shook her head. No. I will never make decisions for Xiaoduo. He is a man. He has to make decisions for himself. It's just a song. Not even a grain of rice. Zhuo Xiaonian was adamant. Xiaoduo's matters are up to him to decide. Whether it's me, my parents, or me, none of us will decide for him. After saying this, Zhuo Xiaonian was suddenly stunned. She was stunned for a while. She didn't know if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, she was shocked. Little Duo, this brat. So many things, which one of them wasn't completely decided by him? In fact, when she thought about it carefully, which one of her things was up to her? It seemed that he was also the one who made decisions. Father's and mother's identities as big bosses were basically confirmed. But even they rarely interfered with her or Xiaoduo's affairs. Maybe they didn't want to interfere too much, or maybe they couldn't interfere. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian was a little confused. At home, between Xiaoduo and I, it seemed that I was the stronger one. But now that I thought about it, everything was wrong. The guy who was thrown into the sky by me every day for bungee jumping, the bastard who was often beaten by me. Unknowingly, he has already controlled everything about me. That's not right, is it? After thinking about it carefully several times, she found that it was indeed so. It was not just not right, it was totally wrong. Including her breakthrough, location, feng shui, the sword she forged, her appearance, and her whereabouts. Zhuo Xiaonian's little mouth slowly opened. I have been led by him for so long. I have been following his orders all the time. This is simply completely obeying orders. Unimaginable, inconceivable. Zhuo Xiaonian, who was suddenly enlightened, had the impulse to pull out a handful of hair. While pretending to be weak and being beaten by me, he secretly arranged everything for me. Why do I suddenly feel that my life has been completely turned upside down by someone in the past 2 months? The funny thing is, I didn't realize it at all. Had he been subtly influenced and turned into a frog that had been boiled in warm water? But now that she realized it, she was not angry in her heart. Instead, she felt comforted. What the hell was this? Nian. Gu Luo Yen was speechless. What's wrong? We were just talking, so why did you suddenly empty yourself? What do you mean by that? How did you do this? Ah. Ah. Sui Xiaonian came back to her senses and hurriedly answered, What is it? Gu Luoyan covered her forehead with her hand. She was speechless. I am going to explode from anger. I have been talking to you for 2 hours, and now you are asking me what is it. No wonder you are surnamed Sua. You are almost the same as your weird brother. Song. Gu Luoyan said heavily. Oh. Sui Xiaonian came back to her senses and immediately said, No. Gu Luoyan was speechless. She was about to explode. Then come with me to find your brother. I will talk to him face to face. Is that okay? Gu Luoyan took a step back. No. Sui Xiaonian shook her head. I never care about Xiao Duo. My presence will affect his judgment. I don't want to give him any pressure and make him make decisions against his will. Chapter 286. Gu Luoyan was speechless. Is Sui Xiaoduo your brother or your husband? Gu Luoyan said weakly, Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he is your husband, you don't have to be so afraid, let alone your brother. She. Sui Xiaonian blushed and stammered, What husband? I don't care. Sister, I'm not talking about this. Can't you get the point? Gu Luoyan felt more and more difficult to communicate with. Was this girl retarded? Sui Xiaonian said firmly, All in all, I won't do anything that will affect his judgment, let alone make a decision for him. It's just a small matter. It won't cause any negative impact on him. It will only benefit him. It doesn't matter. If there is a small matter, there will be a big matter. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. This kind of thing will either happen 0 times or countless times. So, I won't interfere. I won't start this. Sui Xiaonian grasped this point very clearly. In fact, perhaps even she herself didn't realize that this was actually her own heart. Or perhaps the bottom line. Alas! Gu Luoyan heard the decisiveness in her words. She couldn't help but give up completely. She couldn't help but curse in a low voice, Brother Devil. You are hopeless. Why should I be hopeless? Sui Xiaonian opened her big round eyes. Don't marry a brother devil. Don't marry a mother's boy. Gu Luoyan snorted, You, just wait to die of old age here. Who dares to marry a brother devil like you? Even the famous goddess of spiritual thoughts is no exception. I was planning to die of old age at home. Sui Xiaonian was confused. Sister Yan, your words are so strange. Can I take your words as a blessing? I'm so angry. I don't have anything in common with you. Gu Luoyan was so angry that she jumped up. If you don't go, I will go by myself. Can you tell me what your brother likes? Can you at least tell me? He likes. Sui Xiaonian wanted to say, He likes me. She managed to pull herself back from the precipice in time and hurriedly corrected herself. He likes money. You like money. Gu Luoyan couldn't help but curse. What a good habit. If you like money. Then that's easy. In the afternoon, Sui Xiaoduo dragged his swollen body, which was about to fall apart, out of the school gate. Hammering was really a strenuous job. After swinging the sledgehammer for an entire afternoon, he had nearly crippled himself. His shoulders were so swollen that they resembled the armor of an ancient general. This sudden change made Gu Luoyan and the others, who were waiting outside with makeup, almost unable to recognize him. Luckily, although Sui Xiaonian was determined not to come, Mu Yanyan still came despite Gu Luoyan's pleading. After all, Mu Yanyan agreed with Gu Luoyan. That song, that blood-stained style, in the hands of Sua Xiaoduo, would only be a pearl covered in dust. It was better to give it to a more suitable person, so that it could shine brightly. Xiaoduo. Mu Yanyan liked Sua Xiaoduo more and more now. Although this guy was occasionally a bit naughty, when it came to getting things done, he was still very reliable. As long as he didn't use dirty tricks like grooming in the future, he would be a perfect young man. She hurriedly waved when she saw him. Ah, Miss Mu. Sua Xiaoduo walked over with his shoulders drooping. What happened to your shoulders? Didn't Qin Fangyang help you unblock your meridians? Miss Qin wasn't here this afternoon. I don't know where she went. Sua Xiaoduo took the opportunity to complain. This teacher is not responsible at all. He doesn't care about the suffering of the students at all. He doesn't care about the life and death of the geniuses at all. I'm going to complain to the Martial Arts Bureau and dismiss him. Mu Yanyan wanted to roll her eyes when she heard this. She clearly liked him, but every time she saw him, she couldn't control her temper and wanted to beat him up. What was going on? Shut up. Hurry up and follow me. Mu Yanyan turned and walked away. Oh. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly followed her. The group took a detour and found a relatively secluded place nearby. Sua Xiaoduo looked around. And for a moment, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of secluded place is this? I've come here 3 times in one day. There are so many people coming and going, it's almost like a market. Xiaoduo, let me introduce you. Actually, you've seen this before. She's the #1 celebrity of the Yanwu Empire, Gu Luoyan. Sua Xiaoduo's face was filled with surprise. Wow. Is this the music genius? That's so lucky. Miss Gu, I'm your fan. His exaggerated expression and pretentious actions made Gu Luoyan's stomach swell with anger. She asked angrily, Master Sua actually likes to listen to my songs. I'm so honored. Which one of my songs has Master Sua heard before? Sua Xiaoduo paused. What did this girl mean? Did she have to be so serious? I'm just being polite. What song did Gu Luoyan sing before? He scratched his head and hesitated for a while before saying, 18. That touch. What song? I've never heard of it. Gu Luoyan's stiff face finally broke into a smile. The name of the song this kid mentioned was very rare. She had never heard of it before. What a strange genius. Yen is looking for you, but it's nothing big. I just want to buy a song from you. Mu Yanyan said, we're all on the same side. Don't ask for too much. Just give me some face. Yen is one of my juniors. Song. Sua Xiaoduo felt that he had been exposed. What song? The second song you sang last night. Gu Luoyan couldn't help but say, that song should be called Bloody Elegance, right? Sua Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard this. This was a dream that he had. How could this girl know about it? Did he really sing last night? He was about to deny it when he heard the soft voice in front of him singing softly, maybe I'll say goodbye and never come back. Sua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. How did you know? Last night. We were there too. We saw you and heard you sing with our own ears. Gu Luoyan had a mischievous look on her face. Sua Xiaoduo covered his face. It was so embarrassing. Even Master Sua, who boasted that his face was thicker than the city walls, couldn't take it anymore. After all, Sua Xiaoduo knew very well what his image would look like when he sang when he was drunk. I want to buy your song. I want to sing this song for the soldiers. Gu Luoyan went straight to the point. Xiaoduo, can you fulfill my wish? Name your price. As long as I can afford it, I won't bargain. Name your price. Won't bargain. Sua Xiao Duo was startled. This thing could be sold for money. It seemed to be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become spirited. His eyes widened and his mind started to work quickly. Miss Luo Yan is a music expert. I don't know anything about the price of an original song. Miss, what price can you offer? Let's hear it. He couldn't make the first offer. He would definitely lose if he made the first offer. Master Zhuo was very clear about this. Especially when the other party was determined to get his song. There was a lot of room for manipulation. Gu Luoyan said, "This is an original song. I only want the right to sing it. I don't want the rights to the song to be under my name. According to the rules and the current market price, it's usually 10,000 to 20,000 star dollars. For people like me, if they find a song they really like, the price will be higher. The record for the most expensive song in the Yanwo Empire is 200,000 star dollars." Hearing this price, Master Zhuo lost his spirit. Just this little money. This is an insult to me, Master Zhuo. He couldn't help but be annoyed. Just this little money, is it worth bringing so many people to find me? And, how about this? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly turned. I can give you all the rights to the song for free. But I have another condition. What condition? Gu Luoyan hurriedly asked. In 6 days, my sister will break through her current realm. I want to borrow the 2 god shadows beside you to protect my sister and ensure that she succeeds in her breakthrough. How about it? As long as you agree, this song will be yours. I won't take a single cent. Also, I will never touch this song again. This was like a pillow being sent when he was about to doze off. At such a critical moment, someone came to buy a song with great sincerity. But she also had a super powerful expert by her side. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can give you 1,000 songs as long as you have an expert on your side. Your sister. Sui Xiaonian. Gu Luoyan laughed. Good, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's whip. It's a deal. But you're at a disadvantage. Nian is my good sister. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to protect her. You're basically giving me a good song for free. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled and said with a simple and honest expression, your intentions are your business, I am willing to pay for my sister. This is my intention, mutually beneficial, both of us are willing. Hee hee. That laugh was really honest. Gu Luoyan sighed and said, you're so good to your sister as a brother. No wonder she protects you so much. Okay, let's be friends. I'll leave after Nian breaks through. I owe you this song. I hope there will be another day when I can make it up to you. At this moment, she was touched. She patted Sui Xiaoduo's shoulder and said, it's so good that Nian has a brother like you. I'm so envious. Sui Xiaoduo nodded honestly, smiled honestly, and scratched his head honestly, of course not. I'm just trying my best. I hope it can be of some help to my sister's breakthrough. Her luck hasn't been good recently, so I'm worried. Gu Luoyan nodded. Because of the deep affection between the brother and sister, she couldn't help but have a better impression of Sui Xiaoduo. Give me a dozen younger brothers like this too. Why don't I have one monthly votes and recommendation votes? Then, please come to Chidian Chinese Network to support the subscription. It's only 1 or 2 cents. In today's society, people don't care about that. Just support the author. Chapter 287. The honest expression on Sui Xiaoduo's face was still the same as before, but in his heart, he thought, I just wasted a drop of luck point to look at your face. You're going to have a concert in another city in 5 days, and you're saying that you're going to protect Nian Nian cat? Do you think I'm called Master Zhua for nothing? But now that you've agreed to my conditions, you can't leave. The two invisible divine shadows beside him were speechless. You want to hire 2 Huayan bodyguards for a song? That's too cheap. But Gu Luoyan suddenly changed the topic to her sisterly relationship with Zhua Xiaonian, and she wanted to protect her without paying. They couldn't refuse. But in their hearts, what sisterly relationship? You're just interested in her song. Zhua Xiaoduo was even happier. It's just a song, and I want 2 Huayan bodyguards, and their divine shadows. I've really earned a lot this time. So he wanted to make it happen. What if this girl goes back on her words? Well, I heard that you need to sign a contract to transfer the ownership of a song. I can sign it at any time, or a verbal agreement is also fine. I trust you. I have always known that Miss Gu Luoyan is a woman who is not inferior to men. Every word of hers is like a nail, and if it is smashed into the ground, it will be a pit. Zhua Xiaoduo appeared to be exceptionally magnanimous and cautious. He actually managed to flatter Chu Yang. It's a deal, it's a deal. Gu Luoyan was very happy that she got what she wanted. She finally got the song she wanted, and it went so smoothly. Miss. Behind her, Wei Chong reminded her, according to the original plan, we'll go to Nanji City in 4 days. The concert date has been set. Nanji City has already started the promotion. Gu Luoyan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened. Oh no. I forgot. Wei Chong was speechless. My lady, how can you forget such an important thing? Gu Luoyan's face turned ugly. She turned to Zhua Xiaoduo and said, this. Zhua Xiaoduo's face turned ugly as he coldly said, if Miss Luoyan's time is hard to coordinate, then let's forget about this matter. How would I dare to delay your business? I thought I had earned a favor for no reason, but it turns out it was just a joke. I was thinking too much. Gu Luoyan was embarrassed. Zhua Xiaoduo's words put her on the spot, and her face turned red and white. After all, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't make any excessive requests. She was the one who said that Zhua Xiaonian was her good sister. When she broke through, even without Zhua Xiaoduo's conditions, she would do her best to help. In the end, it was all a lie. She was slapped in the face. She was slapped in the face. She went back on her words. But after thinking for a long time, Gu Luoyan still felt that her concert was more important. She couldn't lose the big picture because of a little thing. After all, the promotion was already in place. If she changed her ticket at the last minute, the loss would definitely not be small. For a song. Was it really worth it? Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. As smart as he was, how could he not see Gu Luoyan's inclination? He hummed softly, if it's like this. Don't be sad. If it's like this, don't be sad. The soft but extremely emotional melody came out spontaneously. Compared to last night, it was many times more infectious. Gu Luoyan, as a music expert, felt this feeling more deeply than others. In a flash, Zhua Xiaoduo's melody changed, and became sonorous and powerful. Crazy with hatred, where the long knife points, how many brothers and sisters are buried in a foreign land, why not die 100 deaths to protect the country? Holding back the sigh, speechless, tears of blood. The song was not finished, but Zhua Xiaoduo ended it with a long sigh. I was inspired at the last minute, and spoke without thinking. What a joke, what a joke. Miss Luoyan said that she likes this type of song. I wonder if this song is pleasing to her ears. Although she only heard 2 lines, Gu Luoyan's eyes were fixed on Zhua Xiaoduo's face. She couldn't move her eyes away. The bleak, tragic, heroic sacrifice of this song was like a heavy hammer, heavily hitting her heart. Don't say any more. Gu Luoyen glanced back and said, "We will stay here for 5 more days." South G City's concert. South G City's concert. Gu Luoyen thought for a while and said, "Inform South G City that I caught a cold on the way here. The condition of my throat is not very good, and I need to rest for 3 to 5 days. To express my apology, I will personally send out 1,000 first-class tickets. These 1,000 first-class tickets will all be given to the families of the soldiers, the families of the martyrs, and the disabled soldiers and warriors selected from South G City. I will use this to express my respect for the heroes." Brilliant plan. Even Swishaoduo's eyes lit up. This move was extremely beautiful. In the blink of an eye, she turned a bad thing into a good thing. Swishaoduo applauded and said, "In life, it is normal for people to get sick and die of old age. She is holding a concert continuously. The big star isn't made of iron, and she has traveled a long way to come here. Isn't it normal for her to get sick?" But even with such a normal illness, Miss Gu Luoyen feels sorry for the fans of South G City. Therefore, she proposed this compensation method to pay tribute to the heroes. If South G City can use this opportunity to hold a special event to pay tribute to the heroes, perhaps there will be other benefits. If this event was already a big deal before the big star went there, and Miss Gu Luoyen went there, it would be a great climax. By borrowing the influence of the big star, she would be able to spread the news of South G City to the whole world. This would be a great political achievement. Wonderful. Miss Gu Luoyen, this is a great gift for South G City. Swishaoduo applauded and praised. Mu Yanyan and Gu Luoyen looked at Swishaoduo in amazement. This kid's brain works really fast. We haven't thought of this yet. This kid just casually said a few words, and it turned out to be a high-end public relations script. It was an irresistible temptation for the officials of South G City. With this temptation in front of them, the officials of South G City might even wish that Gu Luoyen would go a few days later. Yes, let's do that. Gu Luoyen's eyes lit up, and she immediately went to arrange it. Xiaoduo is really amazing. What's the name of the song you sang just now? Was it really a sudden inspiration? Gu Luoyen smiled. It was indeed a sudden inspiration. Inspiration is not something that I can control. As an expert in music theory, Miss Luoyen is naturally very clear about this. Swishaoduo scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. My sister can't make a breakthrough. My mind is in a mess, and I'm no better than an ant on a hot pan. Let alone a song, I can't even write. Gu Luoyen couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I've already agreed. Everything depends on effort. If you don't make it through that day, how can I truly be at ease? Swishaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. You're really not going. Gu Luoyen said. Can you help me perfect the song of Bloodstained style? We'll talk about other things later. Wait until your sister makes a breakthrough. How about that? It was obvious that Gu Luoyen already knew that she had lost her credibility with Swishaoduo. She didn't dare to ask too much, and prioritized showing her sincerity and goodwill. This was the best way to ease the relationship between them. Swishaoduo rolled his eyes. After confirming that this girl wouldn't run away after getting the perfect song, he took advantage of the situation to raise a condition. That's a reasonable request. I have the responsibility and obligation to perfect this song. Taking 10,000 steps back, I don't feel at ease with you guys perfecting this song. After all, with your poor standards. Cough, what I mean is, I'm still the original author of this song. Swishaoduo's face was simple and honest. Don't worry. Every night after school, I have half an hour of free time. We'll perfect it. Before you leave Phoenix City, we'll definitely finish it. Gu Luoyen was stunned again. This kid, it was clear that he wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. She was now certain that before Swishaoyan made a breakthrough, she definitely wouldn't be able to get the complete score. Gu Luoyen said a few more polite words, then left with her people. Mu Yanyan stayed behind. Looking at Swishaoduo, she wanted to say something but stopped. Swishaoduo frowned and said, Teacher Mu, Meng Qinyu came to find me. Mu Yanyan took a deep breath and said, How was it? She was killed by me. Mu Yanyan's body trembled and said, Killed? Where's the body? I killed her until there wasn't even a skeleton left. Her body and soul were destroyed. Swishaoduo showed a satisfied expression. Mu Yanyan's face suddenly paled. She wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, she muttered, Killing her is also good. Her beautiful face showed a trace of sadness, but she was forcefully suppressing it. After all, she was a disciple that she brought up. Swishaoduo observed her expression and said, Teacher Mu, don't be sad. He didn't want to speak ill of a dead person. With Swishaoduo's temper, even when Meng Qinyu was alive, he didn't have time to scold her, let alone now that she was dead. But now looking at Mu Yanyan's disappointed look, how could he understand Mu Yanyan's mood? He said, Teacher Mu, do you know why she came to find me? She planned to use the Vitaline soul transfer method as a condition to save her life. Mu Yanyan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Oh. She actually. This is not the true meaning of her plan. Teacher Mu probably didn't know that there was something strange about the Vitaline soul transfer method. She, who had evil thoughts, planned to use the time when I used the Vitaline soul transfer method to reverse the method and backfire on me and Sister Xiaoyan, becoming the overlord of Phoenix. Swishaoduo said, I couldn't tolerate such a person, so I killed her. At least in my opinion, such a disciple is better than not. Mu Yanyan trembled and gritted her teeth, damn it. What's more, with my personality, even if she didn't have such a vicious plan, I wouldn't leave any future trouble. She was a ticking time bomb. Swishaoduo smiled, so, her death is inevitable. Chapter 288. Mu Yanyan was upset for a long time and said, Let's not talk about this. I'll take you home. Okay. Ms. Mu, I hope you're the only one who knows about Goluoyan's divine shadow protector. Understood. Don't tell anyone. This was the thing that Swishaoduo was most worried about. Don't worry. Mu Yanyan said lightly, I attach more importance to this matter than anyone else. After sending Swishaoduo home, Mu Yanyan left. No one knew where she went that night. Swishaoduo mentioned that he had invited Goluoyan's divine shadow protector to protect Swishaoyan. Swishaoyan didn't speak for a long time. She just ate silently. Only when she looked at Swishaoduo occasionally, her eyes became softer. Dogda is doing everything he can to increase my protection. This is a bit unscrupulous, and he's doing everything he can. I'd better get through this hurdle quickly and rest more. During this period of time, he was really too tired. Nian Mao. Swishaoduo's name made Swishaoyan, who was just touched, angry. Swishaoyan bared her teeth and asked, What? And how many times have I told you not to call me Nian Mao again? Okay, Nian Mao. Swishaoduo asked, How many times have you suppressed your cultivation? Hearing this question, even Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked over with concern. Swishaoyan had the phoenix vein to suppress the progress of her cultivation. She didn't need to worry about sudden breakthroughs. During this period, she had been suppressed too many times. And every time she suppressed her cultivation, she would have a little more foundation. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to throw a tantrum and teach this stubborn girl a lesson. She kept calling her Nian cat, but when she saw the concerned look on her parents' faces, she swallowed her anger and said, about 40 times. There are still 6 days left. I estimate that there will be another round of suppression during this period, which is 41 times. She frowned and thought for a while. Then, she said, that should be it. That's all I can feel. There's also the surging of primordial qi. If I include all of them, I estimate that there have been at least 50 times. 41 times. 50 times. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting could not help but cough. The other party glanced at him and was completely speechless. This level of accumulation was unprecedented in the entire continent of astral souls. Wu Yuting thought about her own situation back then. When she was advancing from the embryonic breathing realm to the elixir realm, she had put in all sorts of effort and risked her life, but she had only managed to suppress it 9 times. After that, she had become a legendary figure. Zhuo Chonglu was also calculating in his heart. How many times did I do it in the past? Was it 8 or 9 times? But no matter what, compared to his daughter's 40 to 50 times. There was no way to compare. Although Nian Er's achievement was more due to the addition of the Phoenix bloodline, the gap was too big. In the future, when the elixir realm fights the nascent soul realm, it's basically Nian's basic operation. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. I won't be too surprised even if Huayun fights the god reigning realm. Even if she wins the battle, Nian might be able to do it. If she can really do that, it'll be the first time in the history of the continent. Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss. The more she suppressed it, the better her aptitude, the better her future, and the greater her future achievements. But you suppressed it so many times, how can I catch up? Could it be that I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, a man, would be suppressed by this Nian cat for the rest of my life, unable to turn over a new leaf? Oh heavens, oh earth, are you trying to play me to death? I want to be the master. Have you straightened out the sword technique, footwork, and escape technique? How's your divine will? Zhuo Chonglu tried hard to make an expression that said, it's normal to suppress it 40 to 50 times. Then, he asked calmly. Dad's method is really useful. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled and said, my divine sense has almost doubled. What about you? Zhuo Xiaoduo's head drooped as he said, I probably increased my spiritual sense by 1.5 times, close to 2 times, sigh. Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily, you have so much more than me. Why are you still so stinky? Are you looking for a beating? She wanted to use this as an excuse to teach someone a lesson. It's not 40 to 50 times. What's there to be proud of? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Zhuo Chonglu naturally understood what his son was thinking. He laughed and said, your sister Nian Nian is in the embryonic breathing realm. Her divine sense is stronger than yours. It's not a big deal for you to increase it. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked even more dejected. Yes. I understand. Sigh. This sigh was full of resentment and went straight to the heart. After dinner, Zhuo Xiaoduo was dragged out by Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was taken out by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo had too many things to train now. Hammer, sword, hidden weapon, strength, body movement, footwork, escape. As the saying goes, hard work is the key to success. How could he not make the best use of his time? Damn, you're making money so fast now. Zhuo Xiaonian was very happy. She said, you haven't paid the fine for a few days, and you've already accumulated so much. I took a look just now. It's more than 4 million. This speed of earning money. It's really. Sua Xiao Duo was unusually cautious. Miss. Nian Nian Cat, let's negotiate. The frequency of fines like yours is too fast. There's no room for negotiation. As long as you do well enough, not only will you not be punished, but you'll also reap huge benefits. This is the coexistence of risks and benefits. How is this punishment? After hearing this, Sua Xiao Duo looked bitter. Nian Nian Cat was indeed an iron abacus. She didn't give in at all. Just like before, from the moment he arrived at the place, Sua Xiao Duo felt that his money had directly become an assembly line, flowing towards Sua Xiaonian. The calculation was done every hour. In the first half of the hour, the sister and brother would each practice the prescribed tasks. In the second half of the hour, Sua Xiaoduo's progress would be assessed. Then, it started to flow out of 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. Seeing that the result was inevitable, Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but make up his mind. I'm going all out. I don't believe that I won't be able to get my money back even if I work so hard. Since risks and benefits coexist, no matter how big the risk is, there's still a possibility that I can turn the tables. What if I pass the test? Then, won't I earn back a lot of money? With this thought in mind, Sua Xiao Duo held his breath and practiced with all his might. Although his cultivation level was low, the intensity of his practice was several times greater than Sua Xiaonian's. This was something that couldn't be helped. Sua Xiaonian's practice was very simple. On the other hand, Sua Xiaoduo's practice was very complicated and varied. It wasn't that Sua Xiao Duo didn't know the principle that miscellaneous things couldn't be compared to single-mindedness. However, what he had learned now was useful and meaningful. He couldn't let go of any of them. Therefore, he could only choose to practice all of them together. This practice lasted until 2:30 in the morning. Sua Xiao Duo was drilled until he was hovering between life and death many times. Just the fine alone was more than 600,000. This number was the result of Sua Xiaonian giving him a few chances. During this time, she gave him a reward for reaching the standard 4 or 5 times. When Sua Xiao Duo started to practice his hammer, Sua Xiaonian, who had a panoramic view of the scene, almost laughed until her belly hurt. These hammers were too big. Standing on the slightly soft ground, Sua Xiao Duo raised his hammers and concentrated his center of gravity on his waist. In an instant, his whole body was pressed into the ground by his own weight, all the way to his calves. In this situation, it was hard to say whether he could face the enemy head-on, but he definitely couldn't escape from being laughed at by the enemy. When it was time to go back, Sua Xiao Duo was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to speak. However, he was still very satisfied in his heart. Well, I only paid out 600,000 yuan today. Some of my results have already reached the standard. This is hope, this is an opportunity. At this rate, I won't be far from emptying Nian Cat's pockets. I must let her be in debt. Just you wait, Nian Cat. Master Zuo will win you until you cry and go bankrupt. In the end, you will pay your debt with your body. With this beautiful wish, Sua Xiao Duo fell into a deep sleep on the bed. This was thanks to Sua Xiaoduo's solid body foundation and the Flaming Sun Sutra's amazing recovery ability. If it were an ordinary person, with an ordinary cultivation method, he would have been ruined by himself before Master Zuo could become a master. In the morning, during breakfast, I've discussed it with your mother. Sua Chonglu's voice was faint, as if he was just giving a notice. We'll leave tomorrow morning. We'll go out and have fun. You two must stay at home and behave well. Sua Xiaonian and Sua Xiao Duo were stunned. Dad, Mom, are you serious? Of course, we've already bought the tickets. Sua Chonglu showed the tickets with a proud and high-spirited face. Sua Xiaoduo's face twisted. Mom, Dad, can't you wait for another week? Wouldn't it be great if we went out together as a family after a week? Son, are you an idiot? Why did I choose this time? It's to get rid of you. How can you not see this? You're too blind, aren't you? Sui Changlu drank his porridge and said slowly, wait for another week and bring you two along. Then why are we going out? Isn't it the same as being at home? Don't we still have to worry about everything? Sui Xiaonian was also very unwilling to accept this. Growing up, she had spent almost all her time in a cycle of cultivation and experience. She had never accompanied her parents on a trip before. How could she miss such an opportunity? It's settled. Your objection is invalid. Sui Changlu said, we'll go out for a month or two at most. We'll definitely be back when you're about to take the exam. A month or two. Sui Xiaoduo was completely dumbfounded. Originally, Sui Xiaoduo was a little happy that his parents were going out on a trip. From now on, he would be the head of the family. Although he couldn't express this thought clearly, he still thought about it occasionally. But now that he heard it, it was actually going to be so long. Wu Yuding said lightly, your sister Nian is about to break through. Your dad and I can't help at all if we stay here. We might even become a hindrance. It's better to hide at this time. So that you won't have to worry about anything. Anyway, we can only stay at home and worry. Chapter 289. After the breakthrough, you can't leave immediately. After all, this semester is about to end. Next, your sister Nian will enter the Seoul Martial Arts Institute to further her studies. Xiao Duo, you will also enter the High Martial Arts Institute to study. Wu Yuding sighed. Nian, take care of Duo. Duo, take care of your sister. Okay. After the meal, Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian were unusually quiet. After all, in all these years, Father Sui and Mother Sui had never left them for such a long time. Wu Yuding was also reluctant to leave. Although he knew that the best arrangement was for the two of them to leave at this moment, he was still worried. There was still a chance. What if he came back and received the news that he had failed to break through? His son and daughter were. How could she think like that? Sui Zhonglu, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He seemed to be full of confidence. He had to act like this to make his wife feel at ease. Thinking about his parents' trip, Sui Xiaoduo was absent-minded even when he was reading fortunes at the school gate. Yo, Master Sui, you're carrying more and more weight. Someone laughed. Lifting this big piece with one hand, I think it's at least 5,000 pounds. 5,000 pounds. TSK, with your eyesight, if it's less than 5,000 pounds, I'll eat shit live. That's amazing. Of course. After seeing more than 20 people and receiving 70 to 80,000 pounds, Sui Xiaoduo entered the school and directly entered the 50x gravity room with all the weight equipment. Sui Xiaoduo was already wearing the 5,000 pounds weight that Wu Taijiang gave him. The total weight of both arms was 10,000 pounds. Sui Xiaoduo didn't use the one that weighed 3,000 pounds. It's too light. Who are you looking down on? A mere 3,000 pounds. Is that for me, Master Sui? If I'm going to do it, I'll do my best. Of course, 30,000 pounds is still too heavy. It's not that I don't want to use it, I'll use it in the future. 4 hours in the 50x gravity room. Sui Xiaoduo once again crawled out. He now understood that the Xiantian realm and the Martial Master realm were two completely different realms. In the Martial Master realm, it was easy to fill one's celestial essence chi, but once one reached the Xiantian realm, one's celestial essence chi would undergo a qualitative change, and it would no longer be easy to fill one's Dantian. After so many days of crazy cultivation, it didn't seem to have increased by much. The teacher in charge of the gravity room had already gone to look for the school. Swishaoduo's 50x gravity room is overloaded. I'm afraid it won't be long before it breaks down. Li Chongjiang didn't care about this problem at all. If it's broken, we'll just replace it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If the old don't go, the new won't come. That's easy for you to say. What about the reconstruction costs? Ask Swishaoduo for it. Ask Swishaoduo for it. You really dare to think about it? Li Chongjiang narrowed his eyes. What kind of person is Swishaoduo? He doesn't even want to pay the tuition fees, and you still want to ask him for compensation. You're thinking too much. The school will pay for the reconstruction costs. Teacher, Principal Li, could it be that you're thinking too little? Could it be that you've forgotten what kind of facilities the gravity room and the 50x gravity room are? Second high is going to bleed a lot. When it was time to eat, Wanli Xiao said mysteriously, do you know? The 1,000-year-old Ning family has become history. The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, committed suicide last night together with the ancestor of the Ning family. So awesome. Swishaoduo was surprised. Why? How can you use "so awesome" to ask at this moment? Long Yuxing despised Swi's choice of words. I heard that the head of the Meng family, Meng Tianyue, also suddenly fell ill during the Shield investigation last night. In a very short period of time, his whole body was covered with black spots. He scratched his face with his hand and his eyeballs were directly scratched out. In the end, Director Jiang couldn't bear to see him tortured and simply killed him. I didn't know that Director Jiang was such a soft-hearted person before. The number one ancient martial arts family that has shaken Phoenix City for thousands of years has fallen just like that. Li Chenglong sighed. If you ask me, I'd say that those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. These two families are known as the mainstays of Phoenix City, but the inhumane things they did behind the scenes have already spread like wildfire. Now, the time has come, and so has the retribution. Yu Moyin said coolly. The number one family, the number one financial group. Long Yuxing sighed. It doesn't matter if they die, but countless people will lose their jobs. The governor's office and the government will be very busy. Wan Lixio said, things aren't that pessimistic. I heard from my dad that the Meng family's industrial chain is actually very intact. It's just that the Meng family's manpower is basically dead, and no one is specifically operating it. That's why it's in a state of paralysis. As long as it's nationalized, there will be professionals to deal with and manage it. At most, it will be chaotic for a short period of time. After the transition period, there won't be any problems. There may be turbulence, but there won't be any large-scale layoffs and many people losing their jobs. Or it can be directly nationalized and then packaged and sold to other financial groups. That's also a way out. That really saves a lot of trouble. Swishaoduo rolled his eyes. Someone has to clean up the mess and take over. Otherwise, the Meng family's business scope is nationwide. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Li Zhongming understood. Within 2 months, 3 giants fell one after another. Long Yuxing sighed. It's not just 3, right? Li Chenglong smirked, there's also the Long family. Didn't their old house turn into a big lake? What a beautiful scenery. If you have time, you should go fishing and play. Fishing your sister. Long Yuxing flew into a rage. The two of them started to wrestle. The other 4 people whistled and watched the show. Even Wanli Xiao was the same. She didn't go up to help or help them. One thing had to be said. Ever since Sua Xiaoduo broke through to the Xiantian realm, his appetite had sharply decreased. However, the other 5 were still in a state of eating. So much so that every time they ate, the unscrupulous Suo would take 4 or 5 steamed buns, shaking his head and sighing with a puzzled face. Hey! Is this a school or a pigsty? Look at these guys, they are simply the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. As a classmate, I'm really ashamed. Shameful. Every time he said this, the other 5 would look at him as if they wanted to eat him. But Sua Xiaoduo didn't care at all. Look at me. That's because I'm handsome. Not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can come and hit me. If you're afraid, you can write Sua's name backwards. Well, of course, Boss Suo was not afraid. After his breakthrough, his combat strength had soared. Not to mention using a handheld weapon, he could kick the 5 of them into a pulp if he gave up both his hands and one of his legs. There was no other way. This was the gap in strength between a certain someone and the other 5. And this situation had stimulated the 5 of them to train hard. They hoped to break through to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible and stand on the same level as a certain someone. They hoped that one day, they would be able to defeat this unscrupulous guy. Sua Xiaoduo had been waiting for news from Fang Yinhua. However, he didn't receive any news. Instead, Gu Luoyan called him again. Brother Sua, do you have time now? What's up? I've made some changes to the song you gave me. I want to ask you, the original author, to listen to it and give me some pointers. Alright, send it over. I'll listen to it. It had to be said that Gu Luoyan's music skills were not exaggerated. She was really good at it. Sua Xiaoduo found a secluded place and listened to the revised song. He realized that it was almost done. Of course, there were still some flaws, but there were very few. The efficiency is really high. But it's already very good. Sua Xiaoduo casually picked out a few flaws and sent them back. Of course, he couldn't give all the pointers in one go. What if Gu Luoyan ran away? Sua Xiaoduo's evaluation of Gu Luoyan's character was lowered because he went back on his words. If he could take a chance, of course he would take a chance. After Gu Luoyan received the reply, she changed the song according to Sua Xiaoduo's instructions. After listening to it again, she was even more impressed by Sua Xiaoduo. I'm really not as good as his original work. Although it was only Zhao's modification, the entire song was completed to a higher level. Over the past few days, Qin Fangyang's emotions had become more and more unstable. The gloominess on his face had also become heavier and heavier. However, no matter how unstable Qin Fangyang's emotions were, he was still so attentive when teaching his students. His words and actions were full of kindness, and his patience was unprecedentedly abundant. It was as if he had unified 2 extremely disharmonious states. However, that was only a temporary forced coexistence. It was not a neutralization or cancellation. For example, no matter how mischievous Sua Xiaoduo was, Qin Fangyang only watched. He did not scold him, nor did he do anything. For Qin Fangyang, this was absolutely impossible. However, at this moment, Qin Fangyang had fallen into this extreme state of dislocation. Qin Fangyang was really afraid. He was well aware of his current repressed emotions. He knew that he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was extremely easy for him to lose control of his emotions. There was no need for conflict. As long as the student slightly angered him, it could trigger the extreme brutality in his heart. With his current cultivation and fighting power, if he made a mistake, then it would be really bad. However, he did not look for Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo just had to provoke him. Teacher Qin, he. Sua Xiaoduo laughed despicably. Why are you here instead of practicing? Qin Fangyang said unhappily, could it be that you have broken through to the embryonic breathing realm again? How can it be so fast? Teacher Qin, you think too highly of me. Sua Xiaoduo laughed, I just came to ask. After breaking through to the innate realm, shouldn't I continue to touch and comment? The innate realm corresponds to the third model, right? When does it start? Qin Fangyang frowned. He realized that he had really forgotten about this matter. Chapter 290. Do you want to wait for them or do you want to take the test by yourself? Qin Fangyang asked. I'll do it by myself. Sua Xiaoduo said, they're now suppressing their realms and accumulating their own foundation. If I tell them to wait for me, I'm afraid it will affect their state of mind. That's good too. Qin Fangyang felt that Sua Xiaoduo's words made sense. He said, then get ready. I'll tell the headmaster that you'll take the test in a few days. Qin Fangyang paused and stared at Sua Xiaoduo. Let me tell you, kid. Your previous 2 tests showed that your temperament is quite different. Sua Xiaoduo said, different. Of course. An honest and kind person like me should be different. It's hard to find someone kinder than me in this world. Shut your mouth. Qin Fangyang felt a headache coming on. Can you be more cautious? Qin Fangyang warned. Sua Xiaoduo quickly agreed without hesitation. Is there anything else? Qin Fangyang asked when he saw that Sua Xiaoduo was not leaving. He looked like he wanted to say something. Teacher Qin. Sua Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, I know what you're thinking now. The thing you've been thinking about is indeed not easy to do. Qin Fangyang's face immediately showed a pained expression. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if he was trying to calm his state of mind. However, there was little effect. About the thing you've been worrying about, I have an idea. However, I can only say that I'm trying. After all, there's no similar experience before. I dare not say that I'm confident. I can only say that it's a very slim hope. Do you want to give it a try? Sua Xiaoduo considered his words carefully. He stammered and could not convey his meaning. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes suddenly lit up. What is it? What is it? He grabbed Sua Xiaoduo. Teacher Qin, I need to make it clear in advance. What I'm doing is just to increase our hope. Or rather, it's to preserve our hope. The method I'm talking about has never been successful before. In fact, we don't even know if it's feasible. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly said, that's why I said that this method is probably just a way to comfort you. Don't get your hopes up. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, just say it. Sua Xiaoduo said, I don't know if reincarnation really exists in this world, nor do I know if reincarnation really exists in this world. No one has really seen those things. At best, they are just legends that have not been proven. But I believe in fate. Just like my physiognomy divine ability, I can peek into fate by observing one's appearance. Although I don't know the principle behind it, this is already the embodiment of fate. I believe Teacher Qin won't doubt my words, right? Qin Fangyang's eyes shone brightly. That's right. Your physiognomy divine ability is indeed marvelous and unprecedented. It's indeed the embodiment of fate. I'm sure of that. And the method I'm going to talk about is also derived from this. The trend of fate is, to a large extent, dependent on one's fate. For example, the people of the Meng family and the Ning family stole the fate of the phoenix vein for their own use. They benefited from it for many years, but once they suffered a backlash, they were immediately punished. Their entire family was in trouble and their bloodline was cut off. How can there be no reason for this? On the other hand, the old principal spent her entire life for the country and the people. For the welfare of the common people. She exhausted her mind and worked her heart out. Such a good person was not rewarded well. I think that if the heavens had eyes, they wouldn't have let her life be so miserable and bleak. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and spoke from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, his face was even overflowing with radiance. He was no longer as sloppy as he usually was. He said word by word, I can even say with certainty that the fate accumulated by the old principal's life must be enormous. All living beings will look askance at her, and heaven and earth will be moved by her. Based on this knowledge and judgment, I want to plot against the heavens. To do one last thing for the old principal. Qin Fangyang asked nervously, plot against the heavens. What do you want to do? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his wrist and a coin appeared in his palm. It was a coin that was still mixed with some barely visible bloodstains. This is my sister. Well, it's one of the coins in the spiritual thoughts feng shui formation, where the final fate will fall. As long as this coin is still here, it will continue to accumulate fate. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Teacher Qin. What you need to do is let the old principal accept this coin and wear it close to her body. When she dies, this coin will enter the coffin with her, be cremated together, live together, be buried together, and die together. Qin Fangyang's whole body trembled. He looked at the coin in front of him as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Tears suddenly rushed to his eyes. How confident are you in doing this? Qin Fangyang asked in a trembling voice. Confident? Not even half. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, this is just my inference based on my experience and the karma of the Meng and Ning clans. The old principal has been doing his best for the Phoenix Vein all his life. It can be said that he has exhausted his life's efforts. If the Phoenix Vein benefits the world, the old principal should enjoy it no matter what. Based on this idea, I think this idea should have a chance of success. What if it really happens? Qin Fangyang reached out and carefully took the coin from Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm. He clenched it tightly in his palm and said in a hoarse voice, Xiaoduo, thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Teacher Qin, I have to say one more thing. My judgment, this plan, is not a matter of success or failure. It's even a matter of whether she exists or not. If you believe it, then she exists, but if you don't, then she doesn't. Even if my wish comes true. The person who reappears in this world many years later will not be He Yuanyue or Lu Qianqian. It will be someone else. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, you said it just now. If you believe it, then she exists, but if you don't, then she doesn't. As long as I believe it, then she will be. The only thing I need to pay attention to is this person's existence. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flickered and said, yes, that person must exist. You have to find that person, then everything will be settled. Qin Fangyang laughed. Of course. Looking at Qin Fangyang's expression, it suddenly became clear. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and added, Teacher Qin. You have to be careful and consider everything. Let's not talk about other things, but whether or not a new person will accept an old man like you. That's not set in stone. Teacher Qin, don't be too optimistic about this matter. Qin Fangyang said faintly, I knew you wouldn't have anything good to say in the end. I've already thought this through. I don't ask for too much, and I don't ask for anything more. I only ask for you in this world. As long as I have you in this world is enough for me to miss. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. Actually, even if he had a glib tongue and a myriad of reasons for doing so, how could he not know that it was all nonsense? In his previous life and in his future life, it had always been a legend, but who had really seen a ghost? When had anyone ever seen another world? This so-called reincarnation was just a saying that the people of this world lied to themselves. Even if the so-called karma was real, it would only happen in this world. How could it implicate the spirits of the dead? At least, Sua Xiaoduo didn't have any expectations of the effect of doing so. There was only one reason why he had to do so and go through so much trouble. Once He Yuanyue died, Qin Fangyang's heart would die with her. This teacher Qin was a true love maniac. Once he encountered a change in the future, it was hard to imagine what kind of extreme things he would do. But anyone could imagine that after He Yuanyue died, Qin Fangyang would no longer cherish his own life. Who knew when he would risk his life to take it? And Sua Xiaoduo was entrusted by He Yuanyue to let Qin Fangyang have more spiritual sustenance after her death. He wouldn't be disheartened and become a walking corpse. That was why he came up with this idea. As for the coin, He Yuanyue said that any coin would do. There was no need to use a real one. But the coin was a must. Qin Fangyang had personally participated in setting up this big array and saw the coin buried with his own eyes. He had personally participated in changing the feng shui and witnessed the destruction of the Ning and Meng families. They were completely wiped out. Who in this world would believe this the most? Qin Fangyang was definitely one of the people who ranked at the top. So, this coin might not be believed by other people. But for Qin Fangyang, there was no doubt about it. As for the follow-up, whether there would really be an afterlife, He Yuanyue had never thought about it. Sua Xiaoduo had thought about it, but he didn't have much hope. Only that coin was really taken out from Sua Xiaonian's jar. It was really a coin that involved the luck of the phoenix vein. Although He Yuanyue didn't have much hope, Sua Xiaoduo thought, what if? What if it really happened? Wouldn't that be a great thing? Even if the worst outcome was that this plan did not work on He Yuanyue and even took away a portion of the phoenix vein's providence, Sua Xiaoduo would still have no regrets. The old principal had spent his entire life protecting the phoenix vein. This bit of providence was something that the old principal deserved. Teacher Qin, there's another problem that needs to be solved. If you want this coin to be connected to the old principal's luck, it's not enough to just let the old principal wear it. She has to wear it willingly. This is another problem. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. Do you understand? This is another important reason why I came to you. The gloominess on Qin Fangyang's body had already dissipated by more than half at this time. He said with a smile, leave this matter to me. If it doesn't work, I'll reveal my identity. No matter what, you have to make her wear it. Even if she has thousands of incarnations and thousands of names, her original self cannot be changed. She is still my wife, Qin Fangyang. That will never change. How dare the wife not listen to her husband? I'll beat her up. Qin Fangyang's mood suddenly brightened. He could actually joke now. Begging for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I won't write a single chapter today. Let's see how the monthly votes increase. Chapter 291. Fuck. Don't mess around, please don't. Sua Xiaoduo was so shocked that he spoke without thinking. If you go and make things clear, what's the point of playing then? This is what He Yuanyue asked me to do. You just need to go and deliver it. As long as you don't say that this is really the coin of providence, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. You don't have to make it so complicated. Ancestor, please don't reveal the truth. Don't you know what kind of person the old principal is? If she knows the truth, don't expect her to be willing to wear the coin. Sua Xiaoduo's little face turned pale. How can I not know this? I'm just saying, just saying. Qin Fangyang laughed and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. His spirit was lifted at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. There was finally hope in life again. It seems that I still need to work harder to extend my life as much as possible. What if she comes back with outstanding talent and can cultivate to a higher level? Won't I be the one holding her back? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's hopeful eyes and bright face. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache and almost burst into tears. So he quickly said goodbye. What kind of infatuation made him so overjoyed and satisfied just by grasping such a tiny and unrealistic hope? This was such a humble request. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo leave, Qin Fangyang didn't stop for even a second. He rushed out like the wind and rushed to the top floor of the teaching building. He calmed his breathing and then remembered that he still needed to find a reasonable excuse. He leaned against the wall and began to think about what he should say. How could he say it so that she would wear it willingly? As he was thinking, he heard footsteps. It was Hu Ruoyan walking out. Teacher Qin, why are you here? Hu Ruoyan turned around and saw someone there. She couldn't help but be shocked. Ah. Qin Fangyang's mind turned quickly and said, I have something to discuss with the old principal. Something to discuss. Why did that sound so strange? The old principal happens to be free now. I'll help you inform her. Ever since she saw the photo, Hu Ruoyan had confirmed who Qin Fangyang was and what his relationship with the old principal was. Now, she looked at Qin Fangyang with even more pity, so much so that she didn't dare to look at him anymore. Such a pair of lovers was separated just because of an unforeseen event. They were separated for life. Even if they met again, they couldn't really reunite. Now that they could spend more time together, it would be good. After Hu Ruoyan went in to report, she walked out and said, Teacher Qin, the old principal invites you in. Then, she hurriedly. It's not easy. I have to hide far away and not disturb them. Teacher Qin. He Yuanyue put down the book in her hand and forced a smile. Why are you here? Sit. Qin Fangyang walked to the table and was about to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth he had thought, he couldn't come up with a reason. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. The more he thought, the more his mind went blank. The more he thought, the more he couldn't remember. He scratched his head and muttered in frustration, What? What am I here for? This. He Yuanyue couldn't help but laugh and said, Teacher Qin, don't be nervous. Take your time. I'm free today. Qin Fangyang scratched his head anxiously, but he still couldn't think of anything. After struggling for a while, he simply pushed his right hand forward and said, That. This is for you. A coin. He Yuanyue frowned. What is this? This is. Qin Fangyang racked his brains. It said that there's an expert's magic power on it. Cough, cough. Anyway, it's especially good for one's soul after wearing it. Oh. He Yuanyue picked up the coin and looked at it. It does seem to have the power of providence on it. Qin Fangyang perked up when he heard that. He said with a smile, It must be useful. He dug in his pocket and said, I prepared a thin rope. Shall I tie it to you? Tie it? Rope? He Yuanyue really couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did all men talk like this? It had been so many years, and he still hadn't improved at all. This stupid. It was simply outrageous. Did you think it was tying a dog? Tying it? Tying what? He Yuanyue said angrily, Give it to me. I'll tie it. Tie it. Qin Fangyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Yes, yes, yes. Then tie it properly. Don't let it fall. He Yuanyue felt that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move, and if it weren't for the fact that she had lost all her cultivation, she would probably stand up and beat him up until his nose was bruised and his face swollen. He Yuanyue took the thin rope and skillfully made a buckle. Then, she slowly put the coin through the hole that Qin Fangyang had just made. Then, she skillfully pulled it twice. Just like that, a pendant was formed. At the bottom, she even went down and tangled with it for a while, making a simple but beautiful tassel. Qin Fangyang watched in amazement. My 5-direction sword can go out and slash people, but if you make me do such a small thing, I reckon the coin will really melt. That He Yuanyue held the coin in her hand and looked at it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." Qin Fangyang said, You're not going to wear it." He Yuanyue smiled and said, "All right, I'll wear it now. After all, this is Teacher Qin's kind intentions." As she said that, under Qin Fangyang's nervous gaze, she hung the simple pendant around her skinny neck. She lowered the coin and it just happened to be close to her heart. An inexplicable feeling. Her heart finally calmed down. In this life, I can finally wear the necklace he gave me. Go. I'll add such a longing for you and let you search for 20 to 30 years. When that time comes, there will be no more traces of me in this world. You should be able to let it go, right? Or find someone who looks similar to me. That will also give you some comfort in your heart. Fangyang. Take care of yourself for the rest of your life. We won't meet again. Qin Fangyang's heart finally calmed down. He had passed the most difficult hurdle. The future was bright and full of hope. Teacher Qin. Is there anything else? He Yuanyue asked him to leave. Oh, nothing. I'll leave now. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, It's okay, it's okay. He hurriedly left and couldn't help but smile. In the room, He Yuanyue gently stroked the coin and a smile appeared on her face. She was like a withered tree that was rejuvenated. Qin Fangyang, who was full of vitality, stood in front of the gravity room like a door god. Then, Wan Lishu, who was the first to walk out of the gravity room, was mercilessly scolded by Qin Fangyang. Why are you so slow? It's only been a few times. What have you been doing these past few days? Did you get high on your birthday or did you become stupid? After that, Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and Li Changming were also mercilessly scolded by Qin Fangyang. As for Sui Xiaoduo, who had broken through to the innate realm, not only did he have to endure Qin Fangyang's scolding, he also had to endure a beating that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Apart from being beaten up, he was also kicked 100 times like a shuttlecock. Sui Xiaoduo was rolling in the air like a shuttlecock. His face was filled with confusion. Damn! What's going on? This old man. Why is he beating me up as if he's on steroids? Did he not give the coin away? Is he taking revenge on me? Finally, all 100 shuttlecocks were kicked. Sui Xiaoduo covered his butt and looked at Qin Fangyang in confusion. Teacher Qin. Why? Didn't you send them out? You didn't take it. Keep it. Wear it. Qin Fangyang's face was full of smiles and he was in high spirits. While he was laughing, he kicked Sui Xiaoduo and said, You talk too much. Then, he kicked another 100 shuttlecocks high in the air. Sui Xiaoduo was speechless to the extreme. I'm really fucking. Enough. I finally understand. You beat me up whenever you're happy. Beating me up is the best way to express your inner joy. I'm really asking for trouble. I shouldn't have let you be happy. Wan Lishu and the others lined up in a row and counted, 75. 79. 86, Teacher Qin, you can do it. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard. Looking at Boss Swa being kicked in the air, it felt so good, and even more satisfying. After another 100 shuttlecocks were kicked, Qin Fangyang laughed and said, "I've accumulated enough power. I'm going to shoot." The 5 of them rushed out like a swarm of bees. I'll be the goalkeeper. Coming. Qin Fangyang struck a pose and unleashed a beautiful crescent moon blade. Swishoutwa's plump body drew an elegant trajectory in the air like an antelope's horn, untraceable. In short, it was filled with the charm of the Tao as it flew out. 500 feet away, with a puff, Swishoutwa's football accurately landed in an empty trash can. The trash can lid flipped over with a soft sound and covered the mouth of the trash can. Encore! Wanli Xiao and the others applauded wildly. Beautiful. Another one. Qin Fangyang flung his sleeves and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? School's over, all of you get lost. Don't forget to work hard at night. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind." Swishout Duo climbed out of the trash can in a daze and saw the 5 figures that were about to disappear. Long Yuxing and the others didn't dare to wait for Swishoutwa's revenge. Naturally, they scattered and ran as fast as they could. Teacher Qin. Swishout Duo stood alone in front of the trash can. He held to the sky and said in a low voice, "When my cultivation surpasses yours." Qin Fangyang's body flashed and appeared in front of him. "What did you just say?" Swishout Duo said with a serious face, "I was saying, thank you for your extra care, Teacher Qin. You've cultivated my ability to resist attacks in all aspects and laid a solid foundation for my future in the martial arts world. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll definitely repay you well." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.